Chapter 16. Robert ticked off the items. Tent, sleeping bags, clothes, food, water, stove, silk samples. Blast off. When they called into Bart's to pick up his clothes, Hazel was waiting with another of her enormous Black Forest gâteaux, layers of sticky chocolate cake and cream topped by flakes and glacé cherries, carefully packed into a cardboard box. Hazel, it's magnificent. No one should go camping without one. Bart handed her the keys of his car. For what it's worth, Hyacinth's yours while I'm away. He may be old, but I keep him roadworthy. That's very generous, Bart. I don't think I'll be game enough to drive it, but I have a nephew coming to stay during the holidays. He has a license. Whatever you decide, it's there if you want it. After accepting an unnecessary coffee, they set off, Robert at the wheel. By the way, Hazel no longer thinks you're my cousin. What does she think we are? What we are? Good. Layer upon intangible layer of worries, cares, problems, fears and doubts peeled from both young minds as suburbs receded, city roads became motorway, and distance between the old life and the new increased. Bart leaned against his window and watched gratefully as pleasure in life returned to the face of his driver. They chattered about anything and everything in an effort to keep excitement under control. Holidaying with a lover. Too perfect to be true. No one had the right to be so happy. Robert rested his hand lightly on Bart's thigh. Bart checked there was no car following before leaning across to kiss him on the cheek. The samples had been safely delivered, the sun was shining and they were parked beside the river. Having made no plans, they were unsure of the next move. Swim here, or further up the coast. Somewhere private. Not here then. Bart took the wheel and within half an hour they were shouldering their packs for the walk through Noosa National Park to Alexandria Bay. They passed a dozen or so other walkers, most of whom were lost, many of the track signs having been stolen by vandals. 20 minutes later they emerged together with 3 surfies lugging their boards at the entrance to a beach. But what a beach! The turquoise ocean was hurling breakers onto a long crescent of white sand, seagulls whirled over rock promontories at either end, and trees straggled from encircling hills right down to the dunes. A vast amphitheater open to an even vaster sea, yet intimate and friendly. The surfies joined a group directly in front of the path. To the left, small figures could be seen playing with a ball and several lone men gazed out from the sand hills. To the right, an encampment of sun umbrellas, gaudy towels and shade devices indicated the most popular section. Bart headed for it, ignoring Robert's grunts of surprise. They're all naked. Yeah, great isn't it? They found a casuarina-shaded spot under the hill, spread their towels and surveyed the scene. No one had taken any notice of them. All shapes and sizes, all colors of skin, all ages, all sexes, were reading, chatting, applying lotion, playing games, running down to the water, sitting in it, paddling, swimming, body surfing, enjoying the idyllic spot in their own way. There were no dogs, no radios, no giggling self-conscious girls trying to attract boys, no louts showing off to their mates and girlfriends, no gulligaggles of women picking everyone else to pieces. Race you. Clothes were jettisoned and they raced across the sand to hurl themselves into the clear, cold water. After body surfing, chasing each other through waves and hooting with laughter as they fell into unseen holes, they lay side by side in the shallows, jostled by the enfeebled remains of breakers. They were neither the youngest nor the oldest on the beach. Others were as good looking or better, many worse. Firm flesh stood, sat, or lay beside sagging, wrinkled buttocks, legs and bellies. Firm breasts showed what the limp flaps on others had looked like half a century before. It didn't matter. Naked, they were clothed in innocence. Relaxing back on his towel, face and thighs sprinkled with chocolate cake and cream, Robert gave a nod of comprehension. I've finally realized what the Renaissance painters were on about. I could never understand why a naked woman represented sacred love while the clothed one was profane. But now I get it. When everyone's naked there's no coquetry, no deception. Bodies are not a mystery to endlessly and unprofitably occupy our thoughts. Minds are freed to look for other, more enduring and valuable things. Like that guy, do you mean? Bart pointed at an exquisitely formed young man in his late 20s doing handstands a few meters in front of them. Long brown hair was pulled back in a thick plait, every other part of his slim, bronzed body had been shaved smooth and copiously oiled. He turned and gazed at them coolly before crouching behind an umbrella. A few seconds later he reappeared carrying a child, and ran athletically to the sea followed by a young wife with colossal, dimpled buttocks. Thank goodness, Bart sighed with the merest hint of lust. A hell of a waste, but I'm not in the mood for competition. That's no competition. I know when I'm well off. Do you think I want someone so attractive I'd have to lock him up? No way. Someone old, ugly, and faithful, that'll. He got no further. Bart had his arm up behind his back and his face in the sand. Old and ugly is it? We'll see about that. They wrestled lazily until realizing they had drawn a small crowd who weren't sure if it was serious, they broke apart, laughing. The onlookers melted away, but the obvious disapproval on the faces of several of the men gave the boys an unpleasant twinge. They chased each other into the sea to wash off both the sand and the feeling before sprawling once more at the edge of the water. Why were they so uptight? They thought we were queer. Bart frowned and began snapping a stick into pieces. Fucking bigots, he said violently, but it's hardly surprising. The only gays they've come across are in films and books, and without exception they're depicted as miserable, vicious, pathetic victims of their perversion, better off dead. And those idiots on the sand hills don't help. What idiots? Ferals prowling for anonymous sex. Yuck. What about disease? Exactly. But, most of the people on the beach look nice enough. Ignore appearances, trust no one. And the bloke with the long hair, his prick was half stiff. He also had a wife and kid. That makes it respectable. It's a heterosexual world out there and don't you forget it. By the time they left the water the sun had left the beach and chill shadows reminded them it was still September. Where'll we sleep? Here. Not allowed, it's a national park. Where then? The state forest up the road. No camping there either. Who'd know if we hid ourselves in the trees? Snakes, gonas, spiders, ants, bandicoots. Pretty serious. I'm willing to risk it. On the way back to the car the perfect campsite was found on a sandy plateau, invisible from the path behind a stand of scribble gums. They didn't even have to smooth the ground as a pair of thoughtful bush turkeys had scraped every stick, leaf, and blade of grass for meters around to create a pile of compost for their eggs. Carefully marking the entrance to the spot on the path with sticks and branches, they continued on to get the tent. Returning in the dark, every path seemed different. Bends and curves were in the wrong places and each fallen twig or branch looked like their marker. They got the giggles and raced around like mice in a maze. We're not going to find it? Then here we'll have to do. They trudged up a rise and discovered they were exactly where they wanted to be. Yeah, fooled you. I knew all the time. Me too, I was just seeing if you'd wimp out. Robert assembled the tent, one of those masterpieces of springy steel which, once released, form of their own accord into an igloo, complete with ground sheet and zip-up entrance. Bart was impressed. Now that's what I call an erection. Not bad, is it? We went camping near Cape Tribulation a few years ago and a Swiss couple had one. Dad wouldn't rest until he'd got one for himself. But of course we've never been camping since, so it's brand new. Can't wait to baptize it. Inside, they spread out sleeping bags, made depressions in the sand for hips, cut 2 thick lumps of bread and 2 equally enormous slices of cheese, then, sharing the water bottle, quenched both hunger and thirst. Sunrise woke them about 6. They dressed warmly against the chill, cleared the site, repacked everything, checked there was no evidence of their stay and took off back to the beach, empty of humans but not their debris. Each took a plastic bag and filled it, depositing the loot in the drum provided. 90% of the rubbish came from the area in front of the path where the surfies and their girlfriends had spent the day covered in longboard shorts and zinc ointment, sneering at the beach to their right. The naturists had left their beach almost spotless. A quick dip refreshed, invigorated, and stirred hunger pangs. Robert collected wood, Bart cooked, and within 10 minutes there were fried eggs and bread, hot tea, slices of papaya and a banana each. The best breakfast I've ever eaten in the most perfect surroundings. Makes you feel sorry for all those poor gits in their units and motels. A man after my own heart. They erected the tent under the casuarinas to reserve the spot for later, then, carrying only a small pack with their valuables, took off round the rocks and over the headland to Devil's Kitchen. He had served crystal clear blue soup just off the boil, barely breaking its surface on the rocks 50 meters below. Only gannets fractured the peace of the morning, crying and shrieking as they whirled and circled above the somnolent swell before plummeting for fish. Silky grey-green casuarinas, wildflowers, morning dew, views down to the bay, and south along the surf beach to Coolum, everything glowed under the transparent dome of a cloudless blue sky. The stuff of poetry. Side by side they sat, warming their backs in the sun, arms around each other's waists, hearts beating in unison. This is perfect, Bart. If only it could last forever. It'll last as long as we want it to. I was wondering if we should have a trial period. Just to make sure. Robert sounded diffident. I see, replied Bart, defensive in spite of himself. And how long do you think this trial period should be? I thought about 99 years. I must have been a trout in a previous life. You string me along and I rise to the bait every time. Bart turned to a grinning Robert. That seems reasonable, as long as I can get an extension if I'm still not sure. They followed a couple of hikers back to the beach where the first enthusiasts were setting up camp. What'll we do today? Explore the wonders of Noosa. What's there? Expensive shops, expensive restaurants, expensive sidewalk cafes, crowds of holidaymakers pretending they're in the south of France, a traffic jam or two and a nearby beach full of families. Sounds great. Reminds me of when my grandparents came for a holiday from France about 6 years ago. They were looking forward to wide open spaces, empty beaches, sunshine, fresh air, and lack of stress. After doing the big circuit, up to Cairns and back through Long Reach, they reckoned the traffic on the coast was nearly as heavy as in France, and the beaches were just as crowded. Where there was surf it was too wild and dangerous, and further north the tide was either in, with stingers, sharks and crocs, or out so far you couldn't see it. They hated all the advertising, billboards, and other American-style visual pollution, and thought they had wasted their time and money. And what did they think of the outback? They didn't mind that it was flat, windy, hot, boring, treeless, endless, uninteresting, and empty. What they couldn't handle were the flies. They were still twitching days after they returned. Grandma swore she'd never get the feeling off her lips. They came again for a visit 2 years ago. Flew to Brisbane, spent a couple of weeks with us, then flew to Tahiti for a real tropical holiday. Ungrateful. Yeah. Anyway, what to do today? My choice. Yours today, mine tomorrow. Tuesday we take to the hills. Robert looked apprehensive. I hope your landlords like me. How old are they? Late 50s, early 60s. An old married couple. Yuck. Been together over 40 years. Big deal. Why do we have to visit them? I only want to be with you. I hate being with people who don't understand what it's like. I've got to get used to being gay. They understand. Says you. They've got a beaut house, and you might learn something. Doubt it? They'll think I'm stupid. They'll love you. Everyone does. Except Lance. He'd love to be you though, which amounts to the same thing. Come on, make up your mind. Where are we going? You obviously want to mix it with the beautiful people, so we'll spend a day climbing that hill over there, admiring nature, and swimming. It'd be bad for you to get everything you want. Then the same hotel again tonight. From the summit of the hill they had views of the sea, glimpses of blue bays dotted with surfies, and, through a gap in the hills, a vista of apartments on Main Beach. Let's go down. To those yuppies? We're over halfway. I don't feel like it. More annoyed than he would admit at having to visit the elderly landlords, Robert needed to assert his independence. It's okay, I'll go on my own. But, we're doing what you decided this morning. Well, now I've changed my mind. See you back at the beach. Robert waved lightly and took off at a fast jog. After about 100 meters he stopped, realized Bart hadn't followed, and felt the first surge of apprehension. Bart had better still be there. He pounded back up the track, pushing aside anyone in his way. Muttered imprecations from those splattered with sand or lashed by swinging branches didn't filter through his increasing alarm. What if he isn't there? He wasn't. Robert raced headlong down the path back to the beach. Bart! Bart! He shouted at the top of his voice. Wait! A group of hikers looked at him with interest, but he kept on yelling. A fork in the track. Which way? A hand grabbed him by the shoulder. He turned, gaped idiotically and blushed furiously. You raced past me back there. I'd stopped for the view. I couldn't catch up and you were yelling so loud you couldn't hear me. What's the rush? Robert grinned sheepishly. Dunno, Teach. Frightened I was going to get lost? Worried we might never meet up again. You're a free man. I know, but time spent away from you seems a total waste. And I felt as though I couldn't breathe. I kept imagining something terrible would happen and I'd never see you again. He grinned shyly. I guess I really am in love. I've read it's like a gruesome sickness. The last day was the best. With the beach almost to themselves and the weather continuing perfect, they swam, ate, walked, climbed, and explored rock pools. After lunch they lay in the shade, spilling lives into greedy ears. Not surprisingly, they found they shared similar opinions about every important thing: books, exercise, movies, school, dancing, music, and arrived at the obvious conclusion: their love was inevitable. The planets could not have continued on their paths through the heavens if Robert and Bart hadn't met, wrestled, loved, and vowed eternal allegiance. Chapter 17. From a lookout high on the coastal hills, the sea and national park filled their vision and recent memories filled their heads. Reluctantly they turned towards the hinterland where solitary mountain cones punctuated rolling hills and valleys. Over there, pointed Bart. Beneath that small mountain. Be there in half an hour. Robert's smile dropped. He disliked not knowing, not being in control of his life. With an effort he prevented himself from throwing a tantrum and refusing to go. Bart was obviously excited and he didn't want to spoil it for him. But next time they would both decide where they were going. They drove silently along tree-lined secondary roads winding through state forests and farmland. The gate was open and they bounced the car up a long tunnel of overhanging mimosas and flowering banksias, then parked under the miserly shade of eucalypts. The air seemed fresher and cleaner than on the coast. Only a bad-tempered screech from rainbow lorikeets feeding in a grove of grevilleas, a butcher bird and his mate warbling duets, and a distant hen disturbed the peace. They turned to greet a tanned, stringy old man in red speedos. Michael. You look so healthy. They shook hands warmly. This is Robert. Welcome, Robert. Hands were shaken. Thanks. Where's John? He heard the car and cut down to chain the gate. Mormons and Jehovah's Witnesses lie in wait to rush up and torment him if we leave it open. He shook his head in mock despair. You've timed it well. Half an hour to freshen up before lunch. A path led under a bower of purple flowering vines through a garden overflowing with an improbable variety of plants. Kaleidoscopic flashes of flowers, sunlight, insects, birds, and sky. Lizards scuttled, birds screeched, creepers dangled, butterflies fluttered, the sun shone, the air shimmered, and Robert laughed. I've never seen a garden so threshing with life. Where's that plant from the Little Shop of Horrors? It's great. Orgasmic. Tell John, he's their slave, spends half his life watering and the other half propagating. It's huge. And growing. My sole contribution is feeding him and making sure there's enough water. Bart, look. Over there. Cabbages, capsicums, tomatoes, and all sorts of other vegetables among the flowers. Yep. Plants is plants. Ah, here he is. John, great to see you again. This is Robert. John, also lean and grey but with a full head of hair and more regular features, was as pale as Michael was brown, and carefully shielded from the sun in long trousers, shirt, leather jacket, and a huge Mexican sun hat. His careful smile and dry handshake gave nothing away. Hello, Robert. Hi. Your garden's the best I've ever seen. I can't wait to see the rest. John's somewhat somber face smiled doubtfully. Most people think it's a mess. Reckon I should put everything in rows and weed out 3/4 of the stuff to give everything else a fair go, but I like it like this. Me too. Goodness, an intelligent man. Where'd you find him, Bart? The house nestled into its garden as though growing from the rocky soil. Ochreous stuccoed walls were punctuated by deep-set arched windows. John led them through a metal-studded wooden door into a small room where they kicked off their shoes. An archway gave onto a shaded courtyard, cooled by a small fountain tinkling into a blue-tiled pool. A table set for 4 stood ready at one side. It's just as magic as I remembered. Bart turned to Robert, who stood open-mouthed in surprise. This is Michael's creation. You're in there, as usual. Michael indicated a door in the right wall of the courtyard. Beers on the veranda when you're ready. No rush. The guest room was large, cool, and simple, furnished with an old-fashioned wooden double bed with a mosquito net, dresser, wardrobe and a couple of chairs. A thick yellow rug splashed across the floor. The bathroom door was at the left of the entrance, and arched windows looked into the garden. Robert stared around in disbelief. I never imagined such a place existed. Where's Aladdin? I knew you'd love it. Then why'd you keep it a secret? What do you mean? You said they were a boring old married couple. I never said boring, and you said married, not me. You didn't deny it. I wanted it to be a surprise. I hate surprises. Robert surprised even himself with the feeling packed into that word. The last 3 days would have been 1,000 times better without this bloody visit hanging over me. You're serious? Yeah. A childhood memory flickered. I didn't. I'm sorry. Christ, I'm stupid. It's okay. Robert tried to shrug off his irritation. No, it's not. For my 12th birthday I was told we were going to visit my grandmother in Brisbane. Typical dad idea, make out that a duty visit to his mother was a special treat for me. I was so pissed off I wrote a note and took off. Where to? Rode my bike to Picnic Point and bored myself silly watching everyone else enjoy themselves. What did they say when you got home? Mum was worried, my brothers and sisters were smug and Dad was pleased as punch. He'd taken everyone to Movie World. It was going to be my birthday surprise, but because I was such an up-myself little shit, his words, I deserved to miss out. He gloated about saving my entrance fee. What a mean bastard. Yeah. If he'd told me I'd have had weeks of pleasure thinking about it, telling my mates at school. Now I've done the same thing to you. Your punishment is to scrub clean my salt-encrusted, One silken carcass. After the shower they found time to sample the bed before replacing their shorts. It was warm enough to do without a shirt, and returned to the courtyard. An archway opposite the entrance led into the main living area. To the left was a large room with a fireplace of rough-hewn stone taking up most of the end wall. Brightly cushioned couches, low wooden tables and oriental rugs dotted the floor, paintings enlivened the walls. In front of them, a heavy wooden table and chairs, a sideboard, and glass doors standing open. To the right, the kitchen, where Michael could be heard stirring a pot and singing to himself. They stepped out onto an open loggia. About half a kilometer away on the other side of a tree-filled valley, reared a lone mountain. "That's the one in your painting," Robert exclaimed. "Who painted it?" "John." "Clever of you to recognize it. Can't wait to see it at sunset. I hope it glows like in your painting." "It probably will, there aren't any clouds." Michael had joined them. "Everything's so perfect it makes my hair stand on end," Robert said, wiping impatiently at his eyes and wishing he hadn't inherited his grandmother's ability to shed tears at the first whiff of sentiment. They sank into loungers and sipped cold home brew until John arrived and they moved to the courtyard for lunch. "The meal's delicious, Michael." "Because everything's homegrown by John." "Claude's cooked up well," John mumbled through a mouthful of chicken. Claude. He was getting a bit rough on the girls. Some were developing bare patches on their backs. "Helen's sitting on a clutch of eggs so he'll be replaced in a couple of months. I thought he'd be tough with all that bonking." "Isn't it a bit rude eating your rooster?" "It's the ultimate compliment. There aren't too many humans I'd be prepared to eat." "He's now semi-immortal. Until the day we die we'll retain some molecules of Claude in our bodies." "Even so. He's had a great life." John waved his fork for emphasis. "It's not death that's important, Robert, but how life is lived. Claude lived it to the full, happy, healthy, free. A good life and a quick and painless death, that's what I'd like for myself. Cruelty is keeping people alive as vegetables in nursing homes. They hate it, their relatives hate it and it costs millions, but to say anything against it might lose a politician votes. I hope all those who oppose voluntary euthanasia die lingering, painful, wasting deaths in lonely misery." As if buoyed by the idea, John tucked into his food with renewed vigor. "Weren't you both vegetarians when I met you?" Bart asked. "Only because we didn't have animals of our own. I've no objection to killing animals for food, but I object strongly to the way they are kept until that blessed release. Have you ever visited a commercial poultry farm? Seen cattle in feedlots? Watched sheep gagging on toxic drenches and suffering the heat in paddocks devoid of shade? Looked at commercial piggeries? The most intelligent of animals kept in shameful conditions from birth until death." Robert glanced at the others. They had resumed eating, thoughts obviously elsewhere. "What about fish?" This led to another homily about half of all sea creatures caught being thrown back dead, and trawlers damage to the seabed. "More yogurt, Robert?" asked Michael calmly. "Only the best, youngest, and healthiest bacteria used, and a guaranteed quick and painless death in your stomach. Have I been raving?" John was embarrassed. "No more than usual. Mum's the same. It wouldn't feel like mealtime without a sermon about some disaster or other." "There you are, John, you've satisfied everyone. Dishes and then a walk." By the time they had weeded a patch of lantana, inspected the chickens in their half-acre of freedom, picked a bowl of mulberries and checked that the neighbors' cows had not again breached the boundary, the small, water-lilied lake was a welcome sight. John and Michael stripped and eased themselves into the clear brown water down concrete steps. Bart and Robert flung off their clothes and dived in from the bank. It was cold, invigorating, perfect. They lay in the sun to dry off. Robert had never felt so relaxed with strangers. The two old blokes were already looking 30 years younger than when he'd arrived. It was only their faces now that seemed old, and as soon as they talked he forgot even that. He gave a loud whoop of delight. This is one of the best days of my life. I feel normal. 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 Racing to the steps, he executed a wild dance of ecstasy before hurling himself into the water. Bart grinned. He's a good kid, Michael said quietly. Hang on to him. I intend to. They stood on the veranda watching in awe as foreground trees darkened and the mountains' greens and ochres changed through yellow to orange and deep blood red, before quickly becoming as dark as the trees. An almost full yellow moon ballooned into the pale blue sky. After dinner they relaxed in front of the fire, hosts in armchairs, Robert lying on the couch with his head in Bart's lap. Conversation drifted. I can't believe you two have done all this. It must have taken years, Robert said dreamily, almost hypnotized by Bart's fingers. 4 years and 2 months. A retired builder escaping from his wife stayed in the shed at the back from time to help with house construction. There was nothing here when we arrived, just a stony hillside with a scattering of scrawny eucalypts. You can't imagine the mountains of rocks John's taken out to plant everything, and the thousands of hours of watering, weeding, and mulching. Still, it keeps him out of trouble. Bart says you never come to town. I'm not surprised. I'd never leave a place like this. It's a geriatric playground, laughed John. Occupational therapy. Getting old's no joke. When you're young you stay more or less fit no matter what you do and eat. But by the time you're our age, keeping fit and healthy's a delicate balancing act. Do you get bored? We spent half a century working, traveling, parties, concerts. Now we're happy with our own company. There are few people we can be bothered with anymore. With the obvious exceptions. Obviously. But the reason we're contented here is because we've done everything else. We know what we're missing and are happy to let it go. If we hadn't, and didn't, we'd imagine we were forfeiting something exciting and probably drift back to town. How long have you been together? 42 years. That's 24 years before I was born. Have you had any arguments? The two men burst out laughing and replied in unison, never stopped. Only people who don't love each other don't argue, Michael explained. They don't care what their partner feels, and if they get annoyed they clear out. We bicker and argue constantly, trying to remake the other in our own image. Not so many ding-dong rows in the last few years. Takes too much energy. Most arguments occurred because we were overtired. He smiled to himself. It's fun making up, though, even if it occasionally takes a long time to get there. I don't think we've ever been silly enough to go to bed with an argument unsorted. It'd be a grave mistake to let one's partner brood over an injustice all night. Enough true confessions. John embarrassed easily. We're just like every old couple who've been together so long they can't remember any other way of life. It's special to us, but a bore to others. It isn't, Bart countered. I want to be like you, but it's hard to know where to begin, how to go about it. You're the only couple I've heard of who've been together more than a few years. Your parents. They're not gay. What's gay got to do with it? John snapped. Couples are couples, apart from the fact that we can never go anywhere as a couple except to gay functions. Despite the entire world order being weighted in favor of heterosexual marriage, in some ways it's as hard for hets to stay together as for us. Their friends are always ready to gossip, seduce, and create problems. In-laws start stress fractures and half of all marriages break down. Think of people as people and model yourself on those you admire. Not public figures though, they usually lead separate lives, emerging together from time to time for appearance sake. A good relationship has nothing to do with sexual orientation, but everything to do with wanting one and setting out to get it. That's not to say sex is irrelevant. It's essential, especially at the beginning, but you have to hang in there and work hard to gain the real benefits. How did you start off? John grunted, unwilling to reveal any more. Michael was less inhibited. When we met, John was a penniless student, so we used the one banking account, and have done so ever since. Everything we possess is owned jointly. It never occurred to either of us not to trust the other. And you don't get bored with each other. I can't even fathom my own mind, let alone someone else's. Michael nodded towards John with a smile. Just when I think I'm coming to grips with this man I've been sharing everything with for so long, I realize that, like me, he's changed, so there's no possibility of knowing everything about each other, or getting bored. With time a relationship between equals becomes deeper, more complex, more and more interesting. Other people cease to be stimulating except through their creations, because one so easily plumbs the superficial facade they present. Have you ever thought of separating? Why on earth should we? Arguments. It probably sounds stupid, Robert, but when you really love someone, arguments don't matter. John obviously wanted to drop the subject. Michael chose to elaborate. The minute I contemplate leaving this grumpy, aggravating, lovable man, I remember the lonely searching for a mate at 24. I'm one of those unfortunates who feel incomplete without someone to love. I don't like my chances of finding a new lover at 66. Anyway, I don't want anyone else. We've got used to each other. The snappy remarks that used to wound mean nothing. Horrendous arguments blow over. An occasional lack of interest isn't a deliberate insult, certainly not worth risking the loss of having someone else in the other chair every evening, listening to music, watching television, reading, talking, or just sitting. Loving companionship, Robert. That's what it's all about in the end. We have the same interests and the same commitment to this type of life, as well as a willingness to talk and talk. The good life. And being contented we don't waste money. We retired at 50 having done everything we wanted, trips abroad, living how and where we wanted. It hasn't been necessary to waste money on pampering ourselves to make up for the nights alone, or ensnaring a body for the night. Two can live as cheap as one. Cheaper in fact, because a bit of privation is enjoyable if shared, lethal if alone. Cooking's fun if there's someone to do it for, so is gardening. I built this house for us. Not for me. Michael turned uncertainly to John. Am I getting too excited? Probably, I wasn't listening. I'm sure Bart and Robert aren't either. We are. John speaks his mind, thank goodness. It's useful to have someone to tell you what you look like or how dumb you've been, and it's fun to keep your body trim when someone's there to praise the result. But, Michael grinned, the best thing is that the same lines, sags and pouches appear on your mate as on yourself. Why tell them, despaired John, they might not have noticed. They may be young, but they're not blind. Bart smiled. I'm not blind to the fact that you've got something good together. So, a shared life is double the pleasure. I couldn't live here on my own. Loneliness and hard work poisons the soul. With no one to show things to, my heart would break. In the same way as visiting Venice alone invites a terminal case of sadness. Everyone has to feel needed, challenged, excited, useful, angry, fearful, loving and loved from time to time. Anonymous sex and drugs are what people turn to if those needs aren't filled. A permanent, loving relationship provides all that and more. There's no need for drugs. Sounds like an impossible dream. Not if you have realistic desires and a determination to see them through. Instant and continual happiness is never going to happen to anyone, but friendship and love will bring contentment, a much more valuable state than happiness. Robert was gazing at Michael in admiration. That's amazing. I hope I can remember everything. Ah, the delicious flavor of flattery. Over mugs of cocoa and assisted by frequent prompting from Robert, Bart recounted everything from the headmaster's first disapproval of their wrestling, through to Robert's being trapped in the shed. This is unbelievable. John shook his head as if to clear it. It's obvious that, what's his name, Lance, conned the two boys into poisoning the kid in the groundsman's storeroom, set his mates onto you and locked Robert in the shed before setting fire to it. He's a homicidal maniac. You've got to get the police onto it. He obviously sees himself as some sort of avenger of social ills. Hardly, he's a moral leper. You're right, Michael. He should be carrying a bell. Bart laughed. Don't laugh, John's right. If nothing's done to stop him, one of you is going to cop it permanently. The trouble is, said Bart shrugging his shoulders hopelessly, we haven't been able to convince the cops. They probably think we're just a couple of bitch-a-poofs making up stories. But the real reason we haven't jumped up and down and insisted on an investigation is it's the sort of story newspapers love, and the cops love to give them to prove they're at the forefront of the fight against crime. You can see the headlines. Gay teachers love nest with student erupts in violence. By the time they'd finished with us I'd be unemployable, Robert would have had a nervous breakdown and I wouldn't hold out too much hope for our relationship. You won't get rid of me that easily. He's right, Robert, Michael cautioned. We were a bit hasty. These sorts of stories will always leak out. It's the daily bread of newspapers and television. A few days of headlines and on to the next sordid scandal, leaving a trail of ruined lives? Yes. I was wrong. Keep the police out of your life. Keep everyone out of it unless invited. John trusted no one. Sit quiet with your eyes skinned, and when they feel secure you'll have them. Those types can't resist bragging about their exploits. But I can't believe how easily you're taking it. I'd be a wreck. No brain no pain I guess, Robert offered brightly. We both had nightmares after Bart was nearly pushed off the landing, but in the shed I passed out still believing there was a way to escape, so I didn't suffer till afterwards. He smiled at Bart. The sore throat was the worst bit. It still doesn't seem real. Those things don't happen to people like me. Chapter 18. At daybreak Robert slipped from the bed, wrapped himself in a towel against the cold and ran down to the lake. The rising sun flung its shafts through the mist and wisps of vapor curled from the water. 5 enormous black cockatoos flapped mournfully overhead, a heron announced its arrival with raucous honking, fairy wrens inspected seed heads on the tall grasses, a pair of indigo and yellow parrots displayed red bums as they shredded matching calliandrous flowers, a whipbird's rising whine and crack was followed by his spouse's choo-choo reply, a large russet butterfly dropped to the path and lay on its side like a dead leaf, and the sun heaved itself over the edge of the mountain. Red dragonflies chased electric blue, an insect flashed turquoise, a lone frog screeched, insects and hoppers sprang to life, monochrome trees became green, brown, blue, red, and gold, dewdrops glistened on an enormous orb web and a tear of incredulity at the perfection and variety of nature, blurred Robert's vision. From a stand of Tristanias 20 meters above and behind, Bart watched Robert throw off his towel to expose a body as perfect as the morning, dive from the bank and swim vigorously to the steps, where Michael had just arrived for a morning dip. Wrapped against the chill they warmed themselves in the sun, Robert enthusiastically recounting everything he'd seen. His voice carried clearly in the stillness. Bart knew he shouldn't be eavesdropping, but couldn't bear to let Robert out of his sight. His love was an ache that engulfed his being. He couldn't look at Robert without wanting to shout his love, to touch and hold him. You and John are the same age, Robert was saying, but I'm 4 years younger than Bart. Won't he get bored with me? I doubt it. After a while, though, when the novelty has dimmed, you'll both probably begin to wonder what it would be like to go with other men. Oh no, I'll never. You're human, you will. But testing your charms on others is natural. How else can you be certain you've made the right choice? When it happens there's no need to tell each other because I'm sure you're made for each other. I've never seen Bart so cheerful. It's like a miracle. But, wouldn't that be dishonest? Yes, but why give each other heartache while you sort yourselves out? There's such a thing as too much honesty in a relationship. Living with a lover means sharing, protecting and considering their feelings. Telling him something that will hurt is not love, it's stupidity. If you want to hurt him, then it's time to examine your relationship. You'll soon discover that sex with strangers is unfulfilling and pointless, not to mention dangerous. But people have to discover this for themselves. A lean body shot between them, diving into the water with barely a splash. Bart had heard enough. You great gala. You'll give me a seizure. Bart swam back to the steps, climbed out, grinned and shook himself. Get away. You're worse than a dog. Drown him, Robert. Breakfast in 10 minutes. Michael walked slowly back up the path while the two youngsters raced each other to the end of the lake and back. After breakfast they climbed the mountain. At the base a magnificent stand of old eucalypts was the perch for a raucous squabbling of kookaburras, but most of the older trees were dead, bare bones above a canopy of tristanias. It wasn't a long climb, but treacherous. They followed the base of unscalable buttresses, scrambled up onto the edge of a bluff, then trudged up a scrub-covered slope to the top. Wind-swept bushes, rocks, native bees, and several hundred butterflies greeted them. In the distance, sea hazily met sky, hills and mountains poked from rolling land, and green valleys carried roads between narrow ribbons of trees. A railway cutting gashed through barren furrows where someone had failed to profit from a cash crop. On the horizon, Noosa Hill was silhouetted against a pale sky. After John had pointed out the major landmarks, they reclined on the rocks. What do you think of the view? John asked. I reckon, Bart and Robert began together. Bart laughed. You first. Well, I almost wish I hadn't come up. On the drive out here I thought we were traveling through forests. I felt excited about so much nature. But from up here you can see that virtually the only trees remaining are those on the roadsides. The private land has been cleared. Yours is the only property I can see with trees all over it. What were you going to say, Bart? That I thought it was a great view. Yeah, it is, but... At last, a doom and gloom disciple for John. You're right, Robert, John said with predictable intensity. No one gives a shit about starving wildlife. Roll up, sang Michael. Watch the old man wallow in depression and tear out his hair. Guaranteed to frighten small children and dogs. Robert frowned and Bart gave a nervous smile, not sure how to react. Doesn't it worry you, Michael? Annoy? Yes. Worry? No. Humans are just doing what's natural. Breeding and taking the easy path. If you offer birds cheese they'll make gluttons of themselves and never bother to dig out another grub. Eventually we'll come to our senses. If we don't, nature will castigate us until we are knocked into line. Meanwhile, I intend to enjoy myself while trying not to make things worse. At least we aren't breeding. He smiled at their frowns. Cheer up, you're too young to get bogged in a mire of despair over something you can do almost nothing about. If everyone does their bit then things will improve. If they don't, it won't. It's as simple as that. It's pointless to ruin your enjoyment of the minute because things could be better. Of course they could. Accept what is and work from there, is my motto. The evening meal left them sprawling in the lounge listening to a Vivaldi mandolin concerto. Why haven't I heard this before? It's brilliant. It goes on and on like a train sweeping me to somewhere exciting. Bart's got some great discs too. Thanks to our hosts. Bart turned to Robert. The first time I met John was when he and Michael took me to a Mozart piano recital. I thought I'd died and gone to heaven. Michael, I've often wondered, why did you invite me? Blame John. I'd been raving about the sweet young thing who jogged along the riverside bikeway every evening as I was taking my constitutional. He told me to check you out. You mean? Yes. It shames me to admit it, but I hadn't twisted my ankle. I could have driven myself home. You wisely refused to come inside, so I insisted you let me shout you to a concert. Bart burst out laughing and Michael changed the subject. What sort of music do your parents like, Robert? Romantic stuff. Beethoven, Debussy, pleasant enough if you're in the mood, but it's just sounds going nowhere I reckon. How perspicacious. You're like me, need something intelligent, Mozart, Vivaldi, Bach. You pompous ass. John turned to the others. When I met him he liked pop music. Only for dancing. I still love dancing, but John's too old. Not too old. The music's always too loud. That's what I said, too old. I made a lot of money out of pop. How? As a stripper. You? A respectable accountant. Bart was stunned. When? I started when I was 22 and gave my last show on my 51st birthday. But. Yes, I was bald by then. Wigs and dim lights fool audiences. How'd you get into it? I was in London, needed exercise, joined a gym. One of the trainers offered me a week's wages for half an hour's work, a fun wrestling demo at a ladies' night. So I've something in common with you too, wrestling. We donned muslin shorts and had a bucket of water thrown over us, rendering them transparent. They'd been stuck together with water-based glue, so fell apart as we wrestled. We ended up jiving with the audience, dozens of raucous women. It was a riot. After that I used Eric's agent. When I got back to Australia I did hen parties. Mum's 50th birthday, farewells, private showings in motel rooms, specialty nights at restaurants. Don't you miss it? If I haven't looked in the mirror for an hour or two I sometimes fantasize I'll do it again. Actually, it's an enormous relief not to have to worry if I've got a pimple on my bum or my butt sagged another notch. You were very tolerant, John. I'm not above selling my lover for 20 pieces of silver. Wasn't it 40? He wasn't worth that much. A friendly silence descended, two thinking of their life to come, and two of what had gone, never to return. And what are your plans, Robert? I haven't any, unless. Yes. I can't stop thinking about this house and how you and Michael designed and built it. I'd love to do something like that. You know, be an architect maybe. It's the buildings I like studying most in art history. And I wouldn't mind being a stripper. He blushed at the confession. I always imagined you had to have a special sort of hard character. But if Michael could do it? What does teacher think about that? It doesn't surprise me. You should see his wrestling gear. I wouldn't let him wear it in front of the headmaster. And who shows so much leg in the playground that the girls all have the hots for him. Get Michael to give you a few hints, then you can earn enough to keep us in luxury. That's an idea. I'll look out some old costumes. Those friends I told you about are coming tomorrow evening and, if you dare, you can put on a show. Robert's heart lurched. He looked at Bart. Go for it. You'll floor 'em. You're on. How's your mother, Bart? Michael asked. Left your father yet? She'll never do it. I telephoned her this afternoon, we'll pick her up at Roma Street on Saturday morning. She'll be glad to get away from Toowoomba for a few hours. And then it's down to the Gold Coast for Robert's debut as a wrestler. Debut and finale I expect, laughed Robert. We'll let you know how it went. Chapter 19. They woke to the angry, teeth-on-edge cacophony of chainsaws. Breakfast was in the courtyard, it being too unpleasant on the veranda. Afterwards Bart went out to the garden with John while Robert helped Michael with the dishes and tidying up. Breakfast's your main meal, isn't it? Yes. Then we've got all day to work it off. Have a large meal at night at our age and it sits there adding layers of ugly flab while you sleep. It's okay for you young colts, but we mature thoroughbreds put on fat like it was time to hibernate. Not to mention indigestion. Do you really have to watch your weight? You're both so lean and fit. Sheer willpower. That's why you only have one slice of bread for the evening meal. Sad life. I think you're both happy. Robert wiped silently for a minute. Michael, how did you and John work out who does what jobs? At the beginning, whoever felt like cooking, cooked. Whoever got sick of the mess first, tidied it up. We gravitated to the things we preferred. I like machines and will follow instructions. John has an indomitable spirit that accepts no harness, definitely no instructions from maintenance manuals and recipe books, so he gathers seeds, propagates and harvests. He also doesn't mind shopping. That's a type of harvesting. I'd rather starve than go to a supermarket. I'll dig gardens but can't be bothered to pick the fruits. We just fit together. Whether by instinct or necessity I've no idea. You don't look like a homebody. I'm not. Some jobs have to be done, so you do them. A word of warning while we're on the subject. Be wary of those ingratiating women who ask, and who does the cooking. Heads can't help imagining that one of us must play the woman while the other acts the man. They're incapable of understanding that if I wanted a woman I'd have married one. I want a man, full stop. Certainly not a man who acts like a woman. We're just ourselves, like everyone else. That's a relief. I'm so ignorant I was wondering if I ought to play a balancing counter role. I think too much sometimes. When I went to my first gay bar I imagined I had to act limp-wristed and feminine, because they were the only images of gays I'd ever seen. No wonder no one took a second look. It was ages before I realized I was allowed to be natural and that most gays are indistinguishable from non-gays. You don't know how lucky you are. Bart's so uncomplicated. I'm beginning to realize it. The back door flew open. I'm going to slit my veins if I have to listen to that bloody chainsaw any longer. We're going out. Michael raised a questioning eyebrow. They're felling those old trees we passed yesterday on the way up the mountain. Michael nodded. It was on the cards, the owners going in for macadamia nuts, so all competing roots must be eliminated. But, that's terrible. Robert felt sick. They were the only mature trees I've seen on the holiday. It's unfair. Life is unfair, but not so much that we can't find some enjoyment. Cheer up and give me a hand with lunch. An hour's drive brought them to the Kolula National Park. It was a relief to enter the Melaleuca wetlands with their hectares of wildflowers, after kilometers of monotonous pine plantations. They walked a long track to a water hole for a swim, then had lunch on the white sands beside deep, blue-green waters. Another track led through a couple of kilometers of dense, mosquito-infested old rainforest to a perched sand lake, ringed by melaleucas and tall reeds. They swam again, this time in limpid water the color of weak tea. I can understand people wanting to cut these forests, muttered Michael between ineffectual slaps at mosquitoes. Watch out for leeches too. Don't be so bloody ridiculous. John's depression hadn't improved. There's no need for people to live in the rainforest. Everyone knows it's infertile, damp and miserable. If a corrupt government hadn't given most of it away for a song years ago, it wouldn't be for sale for peanuts now. It's the poor who try to live there, hack it all to bits and then move out because they run out of money. Then the developers move in and complete the rape. Why don't you stand for Parliament and do something? Because it would mean being away from Michael. And anyway, nothing can be done. Human activity is anarchic, responding only to catastrophe. You're joking. A commission of inquiry tried to discover who was running the USA. After several years and millions of dollars they concluded no one was. It was running itself. Politicians try to second-guess trends and pretend they've been the prime mover, but it's a charade. We're being dragged, willingly, to our nemesis, by multinational companies spouting the pernicious philosophy of free markets and expanding economies. The planet is finite for Christ's sake. It cannot expand. Things are running out. End of story. So there's nothing anyone can do. Nothing. Michael put an arm round John's shoulders. Then why so pale and wan, lover? Why so wan and pale? Why, if rant and rave won't fix it, should looking ill prevail? Let's enjoy what's left while it's still here. Now why didn't I think of that? John's depression lifted and they sang, danced, and leaped along like a foursome of fawns all the way back to the car. It's been such a great day, I'm dreading going back to school. After this I don't think I'll be able to cope with having to hide and pretend. It's a bitch, but a hell of a lot better than when we were your age, John snapped. Bart would have been sentenced to life imprisonment for what you two are doing legally. So thank your lucky stars. The chill of persecution settled on their souls for the remainder of the ride. At home, the chainsaws were silent. Perhaps they've dismembered themselves. Let us pray. We've a few hours till Scott and William arrive. Take a look through my old costumes, Robert. I'll give you some ideas, then leave you with music and mirrors. If you change your mind, nothing's been lost. The guests were a drab couple in their early 40s. Years of self-effacement and pretense had left their mark. After the meal, tongues loosened by Michael's strawberry wine, they shared views on what was and was not acceptable in so-called gay literature. Edmund White's last book made me ashamed to be gay. No wonder most people think we're perverted. How about Robert Desykes? He reckons gays and non-gays are different, but I reckon everyone's different and there are only individuals. Human sexual activity varies from total celibacy to mass orgies, from exclusive homosexuality to exclusive heterosexuality, with every possible permutation in between. Sex is no more important than eating and sleeping. It's character that counts, not the gender of the person you love. In the last year, William interrupted, I've read 7 books with gay sub-characters. 2 were unpleasant screaming queens, 1 a perverted little bank clerk, 2 were pederasts and 1 was a murderer. Even books written by gays conform either to the stereotypical queer whose sole aim in life is to have as many graphically described, sordid sexual encounters as possible, usually in a drug-crazed haze, or else they're like Hollinghurst's hedonistic packs of well-heeled wonkers. No gay couples and no happy endings. Makes me sick. Michael shook his head in defeat. How can kids learn the truth? They can't, John muttered. Because films and TV are as bad. I was told by a 15-year-old that queers will fuck anyone, blurted Robert. He'd been told that by his father. That's such crap. Especially as he was repellent. There's no way I'm going to tell anyone I'm gay. Very wise. Heterosexuals can cope with single gays, but a couple? That's threatening. Michael slumped back in his chair. But surely you mix with the locals. You're joking. The adults would perhaps be okay, but they have kids. Most gay bashing is done by high school kids. This village is full of them and we've no wish to get noticed. We make sure we are never seen together in this area. John was never far from a wet blanket. I reckon we'd be better off without books, television, and movies, Michael announced into the gloom. By conferring a spurious mantle of superiority on fictitious lives, they trivialize our own. In a well-written story, the young bloke dying of an incurable disease becomes heroically tragic. In real life he's pathetic and messy. 2 people kissing, sharing a bottle of beer, sitting together in the park or sleeping together when portrayed in a book or on the screen, become icons of significance beside which our own lives are but pale imitations. He paused as if unsure whether to go on, shrugged and continued with a self-deprecating smile. After seeing a sexy gay film I become depressed for days. My life lacks the grandeur, the significance, the universal appeal of such stories. In vain does John point out that they're only actors, probably with problems of their own. That we're in a much better situation than the guys in the tale. I can't shake off the idea that my life is insignificant. That I'm not really living because what we're doing isn't being recorded. What utter crap. John sounded venomous. Scott and William exchanged nervous glances, fearing an argument. Bart winked at Robert. Unperturbed, Michael nodded thoughtfully. John's right, as usual. Everyone I've ever known is ordinary. They might be experts, even geniuses in their field, but underneath they're like everyone else, prepared to do the craziest things in pursuit of the elusive rewards of sex, unable to control their weight, drinking, or stop smoking. Most of them have only a superficial interest in the lives of those around them, unless there's scandal in the air. Their tastes in art, music, and literature are uniform, predictable, and dictated by whatever's in fashion. There are no princes or heroes who deserve to inherit the earth. The universal genius of the Renaissance was a myth, and to go through life in a melancholic torpor because one is neither famous nor flawless, is pretty bloody stupid. Was that a prepared speech? No, Bart. It tripped, fully formed from my tongue. Ignore him. It's middle-aged mushiness. Michael simply can't accept his increasing unattractiveness and diminishing horizons. Why, you sweet-talking old hunk. After supper and Bart's party piece, a mime of the lighthouse keeper's daughter that had everyone in stitches, Robert stole out, Michael dimmed the lights, turned a rock and roll tape up so loud it was palpable, and settled back. Barefoot in white cotton trousers, shirt, and sleeveless jacket, Robert sauntered into the room, thumbs dragging down his trouser tops. He danced solo for a minute, a smile playing at his lips. A come-hither flick of his head, a conscious tribute to Murray, brought Michael to his feet. They danced briefly before Robert turned and, slithering out of the jacket, whirled away leaving both it and Michael on the floor. A sultry advance on Scott set him giggling. He danced lumpishly and, after much prompting, undid Robert's shirt buttons. Robert slipped it from his shoulders, slung it round his goggle-eyed partner's neck and pulled his head against his chest. Sinuously he spun to William where he tore off his tank top and tempted him onto the floor. A leap and a laugh fit for a satyr and he was dancing with Bart, who willingly kneeled, unzipped the trousers with his teeth and slid them off. Robert's enjoyment was infectious. John wouldn't dance but cheerfully peeled off the Speedos. A flick of the foot sent them across the room. William held them to his nose. Everyone roared with laughter. In gold-spangled pouch Robert's body was a unity, slender, strong, and sensuous. The men were laughing, shouting encouragement and acting like strip club audiences everywhere. After dancing with everyone again, Robert loosened the cord on his pouch and, with a sly smile of promise, offered it to each in turn, retracting at the last minute. Finally, he drew Bart onto the floor, tossed the tiny golden triangle in the air and was swept up and out the door. If riotous enthusiasm was any measure, it had been a success. Scott kept repeating his refusal to believe Robert wasn't a professional. "How strange," remarked John when Robert reappeared, "you've been wandering around naked for 3 days, yet that was an erotic experience. Sex is inexplicable. You're a natural. We'll soon be millionaires. Surely you wouldn't let him perform in public." William was shocked. "I'm only jealous I don't look as good." "You do to me," whispered Robert, snuggling up and causing the guests to wriggle with embarrassment. Displays of affection were impossible to them, even in such company, and the fact that Robert hadn't bothered to put on any clothes left them in a quandary, approve or disapprove. Like most people, they had never understood that one is required to do neither. Robert spent most of the last day in the gardens with John, while Bart helped Michael repair a motor, mow lawns, knead bread, and replenish their reserves of gossip. John was widely educated, had an iconoclastic view of himself and his place in the world, a philosophy that was calming in its simplicity, and endless patience with nature. His tolerance level for most humans, however, was low. Robert was entranced by the seed collection, the clutter of the shade house and potting shed, the creative disorder of the painting studio, a light-filled room attached to the workshop, the huge python draped in somnolent loops under the supports of the shed's rainwater tank, and the overflowing garden. Its companion planting, tall plants shade the shorter, you don't get a build-up of disease so easily as with monoculture, and it's not boring. A bit hard to harvest, but it's the only way I can enjoy it. Michael's learned to shut up and leave me to it if he wants fresh fruit and vegetables. Pumpkins hung from peach trees, tomatoes sprouted from every bit of open ground beside tamarillos and bananas, lychees and evening primrose, Chinese cabbage and beans. A red canna lily pushed between the branches of a fig. Mint, daylilies, nasturtiums, and sunflowers clothed the stems of mangoes. Strawberries, choco vines, papayas, scented roses, ginger lilies, and citrus vied for light, space, attention and care. Herbs, passion vines, aniseed-smelling bushes, tropical fruit trees suffering from a late frost, spring bulbs, blossoms, a cornucopia. When taxed on his paintings, John was modest. "I'm no artist. Every now and again I feel like fixing something in my mind to understand it better. To discover what it is that affects me. After lots of drawing and attempts to paint, I sometimes get a glimmer of understanding. You should have an exhibition." The cry of the non-painter. "I don't need the money. I'd be mortified if no one bought anything, and I'd probably paint what I imagine other people wanted. I need a reason, someone to give a painting to. An empty wall space. Without that I do nothing. I'd like people to ask me to paint something for them, but they never do. When I show them things all I get is, 'Aren't you clever?' Occasionally I make a painting for someone, but I'm never sure whether they like it or are just being polite when I give it. I'd love one. I think they're great. The one in Bart's lounge captures exactly the primitive feeling of wrestling. One day inspiration will flow." "Excellent." Robert hesitated as though sorting through words and then blurted, "John, can I do something?" "Depends what it is." "Kiss you." John raised an eyebrow and offered a cheek. "I mean a real kiss. You see, Bart's the only man I've ever kissed, and I was wondering what it would be like to kiss someone else." His voice had shrunk to an unintelligible mumble and his neck and face were hot from embarrassment. "Someone non-threatening." "Yes." Bart was bending Michael's ears. "Sometimes I feel inadequate. I'm a teacher, but I know nothing. Robert's often ahead of me in discussions. He's going to look down on me when he realizes I'm not so smart. There's only one unforgivable thing in a relationship, Bart, and that's a perfect partner. Or one who thinks he is, or thinks he should be. I rejoice when John makes mistakes, breaks something, gets lost or does something stupid. That means I'm also permitted to make mistakes. Living together is not a competition to see who's nearest to God. Be yourself with no excuses, no apologies, and no delusions of grandeur or inferiority." Was he better than me? They were already half asleep. "Different. One day I'll throttle you." Nice. "Tell me." "Of course not, silly." I felt nothing. He was dry and shy. I could feel his teeth behind his lips, and although he looks tough and leathery, when I touched him, instead of feeling muscles and tight smooth skin like yours, it seemed to slide away and I could feel the bones beneath. Not unpleasant. But not sexy. Funnily enough, I liked him more afterwards. I think he's ashamed of having an old body and didn't want me to discover it. Did you tell him? I said he was nearly as good as you. I'm not perfect. Thank goodness. You don't mind. For a teacher you're sometimes incredibly dumb. That's what worries me. It's what I love about you. It's been great here, hasn't it? But I look forward to it being just you and me. Me too. They slept the sleep of satisfied, loved, and lovable youth. Did you enjoy it? He's very smooth and succulent, like we used to be. I could sense his inexperience. His lust for new and interesting things to think about and do. His energy. All the years ahead of him. And I was exhausted. And glad I have you. Glad not to be reminded of lost youth every minute of the day. Glad I've done all those things and don't have to do them again. I'm happy with our life, but would never want to repeat it. MMM. It's been pleasant having them to stay, but I'm looking forward to having you on my own again. Me too. They slept the sleep of satisfied, loved, and lovable middle age. Chapter 20. I feel as though there's a piece of elastic round my neck with one end fixed at Michael and John's. It's getting thinner and tighter, cutting off my air. Bart smiled across. It is an abrupt and unpleasant change. I'd forgotten how busy and noisy this part of Brisbane is. Let's hope the Gold Coast's better. You still want to enter the wrestling competition? Can't wait to show what an excellent teacher I've got. Oh. Oh yeah, of little faith. As they drew up at a red traffic light, two teenagers on racing cycles pulled up alongside, chests heaving. Robert smiled. Keep your pop eyes to yourself, ya fucking faggot, the taller one yelled, giving them the fingers. Go and screw each other, poofs. The lights changed and as they sped off both cyclists turned in their saddles and shouted, queers. Go fuck yourselves. Robert was white with shock. He didn't dare look at Bart. I just smiled. I didn't mean anything else. I was feeling friendly. I think I'm going to be sick. Bart's mouth clamped into a thin line of contempt and anger. Welcome back to the heterosexual world. A traffic jam made them late. Hot, irritated, hungry and thirsty, they raced to the bus station. Spending time with his mother had become an increasing burden for Bart. She had never been able to accept her lot with grace, and lately, with the dawning realization that life was not going to improve, had taken to venting her frustrations on those few who loved her. The bus was late and Bart's tensions mounted. Don't stand so close. Why? You're a bit obvious. Didn't that business at the traffic lights teach you anything? Do you want the whole world to know? I did nothing. Only smiled. Right, what sort of smile though? Perhaps you're not quite the little innocent you pretend. Robert bit his lip, but Bart wouldn't, or couldn't leave it alone. Touting for trade out the window. Bart. Stop it, you know I wasn't. That's right, shout so everyone can hear. Go on. Shout. Robert glanced around anxiously. Bart, please. Our innocence, even getting John to kiss you. I'll bet they're having a good laugh. Robert backed away, searching for some indication that it was a joke, that he wasn't serious. Bart flicked his face away impatiently. Just try not to embarrass me in front of my mother. Don't worry, I'll never embarrass you again, Robert whispered. He backed 3 more steps before turning and racing to the other end of the vast building. Concealed behind a cluster of potted palms he looked back to see whether Bart had followed him, if only with his eyes. But he was still staring at the arrivals board. Robert's head was drumming. Perhaps he had been a bit obvious to the cyclists, it was impossible to say. Trying not to shake, cold fingers of dread clutching at his chest, he walked blindly from the terminus, then in a sudden burst of desperation bought a bunch of flowers from a kiosk and ran as fast as he could back to the arrivals point, getting there just in time to thrust the blooms into the hands of the faded, thin woman who had to be Bart's mother. Sorry it took so long, he panted. I couldn't find a florist. Hi, I'm Robert. He smiled engagingly at the woman who looked as irritated and confused as her son had only minutes before. She grunted and turned abruptly to her son. You didn't tell me you were bringing a friend. Robert hardly dared breathe. Not just a friend, Mum, Bart stated quietly but deliberately, placing his arm possessively around Robert's shoulders. Robert's my lover. His mother appeared not to have heard. Can't we get out of this noisy barn of a place, she demanded querulously. I've only got a few hours, you know. She thrust flowers and shoulder bag at her son, shoved her arm possessively through his and, turning her back on Robert, led them out of the building. It was a tiring day. The traffic was too smelly and fast, the pavements too hard, the city too noisy, the shops too crowded and expensive, the tea too hot, the cakes and sandwiches stale, the wind too chilly, and there was nowhere to sit quietly and talk. As a concession to her bunions, they took a taxi to the old botanical gardens. A short walk under the magnificent trees brought them to the lily pond. They rested for a few minutes watching the fish, before strolling between manicured lawns and flower beds to the shade of the rotunda, where they sat and sipped from cans of soft drink. Ah, this is better, shelter and a bit of peace. I don't know why I bother to come to Brisbane. To see me, Mum. I can't see why you won't come home occasionally. We been through that. Your father's changed. If he has, it's because I'm not there. I'd love another, she said, handing the empty can to her beleaguered son. Relieved at the excuse to have a minute to himself, Bart ran off to buy a repeat. So, Mrs. Vasily sighed, turning a vague eye in the direction of Robert's feet. You're Bart's friend. Yes. A schoolboy. Yes, but I'm nearly 18. Do you have a girlfriend? No. He'll never make me a grandmother. No. She sighed again and gazed with distaste over the shoulder of her young companion. I suppose it takes all types, she continued as though talking to herself. Bart's a good boy, easily excited about ideas and people. She shook her head and sighed with the sadness of someone whose dreams have never been fulfilled. Young people don't realize how lucky they are. There was no hint of a question, so Robert felt no urge to respond. Bart should get married, or come home. It's not right for a young man to live on his own. People who live on their own get queer. Mrs. Vasily clearly and innocently meant strange. Although she appeared to be muttering to herself, it dawned on Robert that she was seeking some sort of assurance that her boy was all right, that he was not lonely and in trouble. But she had no way of asking, it was too far from the orbit of her own circumscribed world. Mrs. Vasily, Robert said quietly, taking her thin, dry, unresponsive hand in his young, firm one. Bart is an excellent teacher, liked by the staff and respected by the pupils. He has great friends on the Sunshine Coast where we've just spent 4 days. He's happy with his life and himself, and thinks about you a lot. He told me you taught him all the plant names. He used to love wandering around the garden with you. Did he? Mrs. Vasily pulled her hand away abruptly and looked directly at Robert for the first time. Her voice was clear and cool, but not unfriendly. I realize you are trying to make me feel better about Bart. She paused and looked away. I'm not a fool, and don't want to hurt you, but I have to be honest. I do not think it is good for Bart to be friendly with. It's not natural. She looked him in the eye, defiant. Robert's heart sank. I'm not saying I won't change my mind in future, when you have left school, perhaps. When I've had a chance to get used to the idea. But for the moment, I love my son but do not want to think about it. Her listener's heart lifted a little. Bart's lucky to have a mother who cares about him as much as you do. Mrs. Vasily's mouth pulled up slightly at the edges, a very distant, slightly mocking but recognizable echo of her son's brilliant smile. She patted his hand. Thank you, Robert. As they farewelled the bus, Bart asked in awe, what did you say to Mom? I've never seen her so calm as she was after the park. I just agreed with her that you were an absolute arsehole who wouldn't last long at his job and who deserved the life of loneliness, poverty and misery you were careering towards. That cheered her up no end. Now why didn't I think of that? Too busy flapping your lips and too stupid. Not too stupid to apologize. Forget it. I probably deserved it. No, you didn't. Yes, I did. Didn't. Did. Hands on hips, Bart warned, Superior physical power will solve this. Not against superior intellect. I'll get the whips. No. No. My mother wouldn't like it. Your mother's not going to get it. But, the whips are at your place. To my place. Where's Hyacinth? Hazel must be out gollyvanting. Bart parked the car in one of the vacant bays and raced upstairs. Seems tiny after Michael and John's. But cozy. Bed's made, I see. Shower first, you dirty young man. A knock at the back door delayed such plans. Hazel. Great to see you. Everything okay? With me, yes. Your car? No. On the previous Tuesday, Hazel and her nephew had gone for a drive. Descending the hill towards the river, they'd been forced to brake to avoid a cyclist. The brakes had failed, and the nephew, with great presence of mind, executed a dangerous U-turn. The car slowed to a standstill facing uphill. Unfortunately, he then suffered delayed panic, sitting frozen as the car rolled backwards, jumped the curb and plowed into a power pole. Within half an hour a tow truck had arrived. Hazel produced the wrecker's card. My God, Hazel. Are you all right? Never felt better. It was quite exhilarating. First the sharp turn, then drifting backwards to crumble, grind, and shudder to a stop. It was surreal. Like in a film. I couldn't stop laughing. The car's no laughing matter though. Don't worry about it. Do you know what went wrong? The tow truck chappie mumbled something about insurance and wants you to go and see him when you get back. I'll go tomorrow. Why didn't you ring me? And spoil your holiday? I'm not that thoughtless. No, you're not, and I'm very glad you didn't. We had a great time, didn't we? Robert's smile told it all. At least all that Hazel had any right to know. And how's your nephew after his brush with infinity? Embarrassed. He hopes you won't be too angry. He feels he should have been able to avoid it? Rubbish. Tell him he showed enormous presence of mind in swinging the car round, dodging the cyclist and not careering down the hill to both your dooms. I've already done so. On their own again, Bart looked worried. I've a bad feeling about that accident. There was nothing wrong with the brakes when we left. You kept him serviced, didn't you? Did it myself. What better guarantee of excellence? None. It smells suspicious. I agree. Let's stay at our place. Can't afford to risk Dad's car. When they dropped off the sample box at Susie and Jeff's, roast pork was oozing its odor along the street, so they stayed. Bart chatted with Susie in the kitchen while Robert checked in with Jeff, who was poring over some official-looking documents. He looked up, frowned, started to put them away, decided against it and said with a smile, I'm working out the characteristics of this gentleman's signature. It's a hobby. Robert grinned. Can experts really tell what sort of person they're dealing with by their handwriting? Up to a point. All I've got usually is a signature. No one hand writes letters, or anything else for that matter, these days. The trouble with signatures is that most people have to invent them when they're still kids, so they're often rather juvenile. They change slightly over the years with maturity, but the basic layout is usually childish. My signature's different every time I write it. It's those differences that help experts prove it's yours. A forger usually has only one example to copy, so all his efforts look identical, and that's a giveaway. Not knowing which way your variations would go, he doesn't dare make up any himself. So if you're going to copy someone's signature, do it once. You're not stupid. After the meal, Robert recounted bits and pieces of their holiday, and Bart told of Hazel's lucky escape with his car, and their plans to compete in the wrestling competitions. If you're going to Surfers, could you drop off a few things? No worries. There's a carton of urns and statuettes that are too fragile to entrust to carriers. Come to dinner again on Sunday and pick them up. Let's say 5 o'clock. Will that be all right, Susie? Of course. We can load the car then, and you won't have to wake me at some ungodly hour on Monday morning. Ron's wrecking was conspicuously advertised with a luminous pink, crunched Mercedes atop a pole at the end of a cul-de-sac. Ron himself was in his late 30s and well built. Unbuttoned overalls revealed curly black thatch from neck to navel. He laughed a lot and slapped Bart on the back as he led them behind rusting heaps of X-Pride and Joys to Hyacinth, who looked about half his original length. Ron and Robert leaned over the opened bonnet while Bart scrambled underneath to see for himself where the hydraulic brake pipe had been partially sawn through, allowing the precious fluid to escape. Robert caught the odor of fresh perspiration and felt hairs brushing against his neck as Ron draped a muscled arm across his shoulders. Simultaneously flattered, embarrassed, and irritated, Robert moved away as though trying to get a better view. Back in the office, Ron said bluntly, "Someone doesn't like you." "Insured?" "No." "Any idea who?" "Yes." "Going to the cops?" "Don't know." Ron eyed Bart speculatively. "The car's a write-off and worth bugger all. You have 3 options. Pay me the towing, and find someone to buy any salvageable bits, you'll be paying storage all the time. Leave it with me and call it quits. Or, leave this young bloke with me for the night and you can have the salvage money." He sat back in his chair and smiled easily. Bart's jaw dropped. "Hang on. Robert's not like that. He'd be helping out his mate." Bart spluttered. "It's okay, Bart. It's cool," Robert laughed, patting him on the shoulder. "It's a joke. Boss. Come here." An urgent shout from the yard. "Be right back. Who the hell does he think he is? What bloody cheek. Wouldn't you like to keep the profit on the salvageable parts? Not if you have to go to bed with him. He's quite nice. Basic and earthy. It mightn't be too bad." "Robert. You wouldn't. It's time I did something for you." Ron returned, sprawled over his chair behind the desk, smiled and asked innocently, "What's the decision?" "Keep the car and get what you can for the bits," Bart snapped, before signing the transfer forms, handing over the registration papers and stalking out of the room. Robert followed, turning in the doorway. "You weren't serious?" "Not really." "Then why?" "Can't help stirring it when love's young dream walks through the door." "Are we that obvious?" "Not at all. But you never know, I might have scored." "You're a prick, you know that." "A hard one too. Now I've got to get things straightened out. The path of true love never did run smooth. Maybe when you've had enough of Bart you'll come running to me." "Don't hold your breath." Ron's laughter could be heard from the street. "Don't tell me. You had a quickie in there." "Right then, I won't tell you." Bart sat rigid in the passenger seat, gazing straight ahead. Robert was about to start the engine when he glanced across and saw a tear run unheeded down his friend's cheek. He leaned across, took hold of Bart's shoulders and tried to turn him to face him, but was shrugged off. "Bart. You can't be jealous. It was a joke." "I know. I know. It's..." "What?" Robert took a firmer hold and shook him lightly. The delicately tensioned chords of Bart's psyche had begun to fray. It was happening again, and this time he doubted his strength to continue. Hadn't he suffered enough as a kid? Was his whole life to be a battle against bigotry and hatred? He was losing the urge to fight. The idea of giving up hovered temptingly. "Robert, have you forgotten that the brakes on my car were sabotaged? Doesn't it worry you that someone tried to kill us again?" A chill ripped through Robert and he dragged Bart's head to face him. I didn't think," he whispered. "It didn't register. I'm sorry, I'm such a fuckwit. Forgive me." "No you're not, and there's nothing to forgive. It's just," Bart shook himself. "There's a great lump of hot lead in my guts. I'm frightened and don't know what to do." He looked at Robert, gathered strength, took a deep breath and exhaled loudly. Instead of wailing like Jeremiah, I should be glad no harm was done. Sorry about my reaction in there. No. I'm sorry. I never imagined you'd be jealous. I wasn't. I was angry that he thought you'd sleep with him. He didn't. It was a joke. I know. But if I'd really needed the money, would you have? Robert's brain shut down. I've no idea. What about you? Pass. But just wait till I get you home. Can't wait. Like strong men before them, they tossed the incident to the backs of their minds and, temporarily at least, sloughed off despair. They were intelligent, fit, and ready to do battle with any normal enemy, but tugging at their hearts was the knowledge that bigotry offers nothing to engage the intellect, nothing physical to fight. There is no way to win with honor. Hazel was appalled that the car was a write-off, but they managed to make her laugh about it, told her Bart would be happy to get a newer one, and didn't tell her about the sawn-through brake line. It was kinder to let her think old age had done for the brakes. Neither could see any point in spreading fear and worry. Between wrestling practice, grabbing lunch from assorted tins and packets, and packing the car, they debated whether to go to the police, eventually deciding it would be stupid to go with another unsubstantiated suspicion. They were probably already a laughingstock with the men in blue. They'd wait till school started, hope Lance would show his hand, and nail him. Thus they talked themselves out of action and into celebrating their escape. A new disco had recently opened and Robert was impatient to widen his experience. Chapter 21. Dressed in their brashest and best, they dined well, if a trifle expensively considering another car was on the shopping list, at a bistro on the waterfront. By 9:30 they had fronted up to the nightclub, forked out for membership and entrance, and ascended the 2 flights of stairs. The large, dim space contained glittering reflections of 4 mirror balls, a small dance floor, hard rock music blasting from a dozen speakers, assorted tables and chairs, and a bar. A couple of hunky waiters in brief leather waistcoats, torn-off jeans, and work boots were pushing tables and chairs together, lugging boxes of bottles across to the bar, washing glasses, and getting things ready. The only other patrons were 4 respectable, business-suited types perched on bar stools. We're too early. Robert gazed around in dismay. This was not his idea of a gay night spot. Nope. Perfect timing. We've got an hour before it gets too packed to do anything except grope. Come on, dance. Bart was a natural. No matter what the music, he could move to it. What Robert lacked in experience he more than compensated for in energy and grace. The place soon became crowded with patrons who were anything but homogeneous. Guys in jeans and t-shirts chatted to suits and ties, corduroys, and cardigans. A young couple gyrated wildly in backless leopard skin pouches, bronzed bodies bearing testimony to either an inordinate amount of time in the gym or a handy supply of steroids. An older man in a kaftan was dancing with a youth in a sailor suit and stuck-on tattoo. Several leather boys strutted their stuff, and a couple in calf-length battle boots and not much else, writhed in a world of their own. This is liberated. Robert shouted through the wall of sound. I love it when people wear what they want. Wait till next time. What'll you wear? My gold chain. And that's about it? Gets too sweaty dancing. As theaters and cinemas emptied, the club began to fill to overflowing, mainly with conventionally dressed singles, couples, or groups, whose roving eyes, distracted expressions, and nervous smiles broadcast their intentions. It soon wasn't much fun on the dance floor. Pushing their way to the bar, they attracted their share of gropes and strokes, the kiss of life if you're single and on the prowl, a joke if you're with your lover. By midnight they'd had enough and joined the exodus of those going on to other clubs and parties, forcing their way down the stairs against a rising tide of patrons making the same progression in reverse. On the street, an eddying of bodies calling taxis, greeting, waving farewell, or loitering, hoping to meet the man of their dreams. Bart and Robert had just crossed the street when a surge of patrons pressed nervously back towards the entrance. "Gay bashers," shouted a voice. Panic stampede back up the stairs. It wasn't cowardice. No one had a baseball bat handy, and like the persecuted everywhere, they had learned the life-preserving proverb, "He who runs away today, lives to fight another day." Bart grabbed Robert's sleeve, dodged between parked cars and dragged him down behind some rubbish bins in a stinking alcove. They just had time to wriggle into a position facing the street before 6 louts wielding short iron bars swaggered up the street. "Kill the queers. Punch the poofs. Fuck the faggots," they chanted softly in a deadly monotone, venting their vileness on a couple of parked cars before catching sight of 2 laughing men chasing each other out of a side street. Suddenly soundless, the 6 pounced, twisted arms up behind backs until screams reached a satisfactory level, then punched and kneed in stomach, head, and groin. One of the victims vomited, so they threw him down and kicked. Robert's blood drained. "Can't we do something?" "Shut up and keep your head down," snapped Bart, whose concern for Robert's safety was the sole thing preventing him from launching a suicide attack on the terrorists. "Hey! Look at that skinny one." It wasn't until police sirens sounded at least 2 long minutes later, that the assailants took off like shadows, leaving one groaning, writhing heap, and a silent bundle of agony. "Did you see him, Lance?" "I reckon. By Christ, we're going to nail that miserable bundle of bones good and proper." Bart was rigid with tension, his jaw so tight he could hardly get the words out. Robert was paralyzed with shock. He'd only seen this sort of thing in a movie. But this was totally different. He could smell the vomit, violence and fear. Hair was still standing up on his arms and legs. A sickness gripped throat and bowels. They stayed hidden until both victims had been consigned to an ambulance. At home they hunched over Coco, too shocked to speak. Robert began to shake and tears poured down his cheeks. Bart squatted beside him. "We couldn't have done anything. You were tougher than this when I got bashed." Robert was not to be calmed. Panic had invaded his soul. "If this is what it's like being gay," he sobbed, "I don't want it anymore. I can't handle it. Why can't we just love each other, live together and not be?" Bart stroked his cheek. "It's not always like this." He took both Robert's hands in his. "Apart from tonight, the last week's been great, hasn't it?" Robert turned incredulous eyes on him. "How about Hyacinth? And the blokes on the bikes? That didn't hurt us. Think of all the Aborigines who can never escape the abuse heaped on them everywhere they go. We can at least hide, they can't. I know you're right, but it doesn't help. I feel sick. Anyway, I read that Aborigines hate queers too, so it serves them right. Only those who want to suck up to right-wing whites." I could see myself being bashed and kicked and wondered what I'd do. I tried to picture wrestling with them, and it nearly made me laugh. Wrestling's useless against those sorts. They don't follow rules. I'm going to take up karate, learn how to disable and cripple an armed attacker by reflex. Can I join you? Without the crippling? You'll bloody well have to. I can't defend us both against the world. The world? His laugh was chilling. Susie warned me about the world. She told me that if I couldn't accept the world as it is, I'd be doomed to unhappiness. Right then. I accept it. I'll become part of it. But look out the Lances, Nickel Seers and gay bashers of this world. Something in the voice made Bart's heart freeze as Robert muttered, "From now on it's an eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth." Sunday was spent in serious wrestling practice. The events of the night before had been discussed and debated, leaving them with a passionate determination to fight for their right to be themselves without harassment. By 5 o'clock they were parked in Jeff's drive. "A change of plan, if you agree," he announced, bouncing down the steps towards them. "There are more cartons than I'd realized." They won't all fit in Sanjay's car, so you'd better take the van. Do you mind? That'll be better. We can sleep in the back, don't you reckon, Bart? Suits me. Great. Open the doors, Jeff, and we'll transfer our gear. Bart perched on a stool in the kitchen watching Susie prepare the meal while the other two retired to Jeff's office to sort out the paperwork. When everything was in order, Robert took a letter from his pocket and handed it across. What sort of person wrote this, Jeff? Jeff read with increasing interest and incredulity. He looked up with a puzzled frown. Who does he think he is? God. Robert laughed. I think so. How can you tell? Apart from the substance of the text, look at the signature. It takes up 4 full lines vertically and slightly over half the page in width. He writes both first names out in full instead of the usual initials. That's so unusual as to make it almost a collector's item. And look at the flourishes. This isn't a signature invented when he took out his first savings account, this he composed as an adult, and it's full of the presumptuous certainty of his own superiority. On its own it's almost an insult to the recipient. A pretty good description. What did you think of the letter? It would seem to confirm my analysis. I'm impressed. I don't think I've ever inspired such a letter. He sounded almost jealous. Have your parents seen this? You don't think I hide my successes from them, do you? I certainly hope not. Grab the glory? And good advice too. Would I be able to copy his signature? With practice. Show me. They bent their heads over many pages of scrap paper. You're getting the idea, but you're too slow. I can detect every waver and indecision. If you have to think about it while you're writing, it will show. Having mastered the style, size, and decorative flourishes, you must now commit them not only to memory, but also to reflex. How? 3,000 repetitions should do it? Robert grunted in disbelief. Who'd be a forger? I didn't hear that. I'm assuming it is merely academic curiosity fueling your interest. Of course it is. That was a rhetorical question. Naturally. By the way, I imagine you can use a word processor like the one in the letter. Of course. Why? That signature must be appended to the correct type of text to convince anyone it's genuine. What's the font? Times New Roman, 12. Spacing? Paragraph indent? Margin width? I get you. There's a lot more to think about than I'd realized. Maybe a word processor's not as impersonal as I've always thought. Bart put his head around the door. Susie's getting mad. Come on, you two. The table was groaning with fat and sugar-laden food, the diet binge having played itself out as usual. They took their coffees into the lounge afterwards, where Susie played some simple-sounding Mozart sonatas on the piano. That was wonderful, Susie, said Bart in genuine amazement. I admire musicians, especially pianists, more than any other people. As a kid I tried to learn the piano. A woman over the road said I could use hers. Unfortunately, she also had a library. A whole room full of books including every Dr. Dolittle. He shook his head in mock sorrow. As a result I've memorized all the adventures of the Doctor, but remain musically illiterate. Yep, she's not too bad for a gypsy, Jeff said proudly. Tell me, what's happened about your car? Having resolved the previous night to take firm control of their lives and not to give power to others, their account of the situation was almost light-hearted. If we don't act like victims, we will cease to be victims, they had decided, thus lifting their spirits and removing most obstacles to future happiness. Were you insured? No. That's lucky. Once an insurance company got its teeth into that bit of felony, your lives would be a misery. They'd be certain to start the ball rolling by accusing you of trying to write off your own car. Jeff looked at them thoughtfully. So, someone's still out to get you. A worrying thought. No joke at all. You know who, I gather. Fair idea. Same bloke who tried to push me over the brink, and locked Robert in the shed and set light to it. We've no proof of course, so we're keeping our eyes skinned. Naturally. But surely you should go to the police. With suspicions. No way. We've been over and over this and the disadvantages outweigh any possible gain. The cops are sympathetic enough, but as they made it clear to Sanjay, without something concrete from us they are powerless. We'll take extreme care and if we get any proof, then we'll do something. Meanwhile, if we're lucky he'll show his hand. Dangerous tactics. But you'd do the same. Jeff smiled and Susie looked concerned. She leaned over and took Robert's hand in hers. Life's not easy for you two, is it? They smiled thinly. You will let us know if we can help, won't you? Sure, Susie, thanks. But no worries. We're a great team, a match for any bunch of bullying bastards. They went home early as Robert had to be ready to wrestle at 9 o'clock the following morning. What were you and Jeff conspiring about? Just a vague idea I had. I got him to look at Nikhil Seer's letter to my parents. I wanted to get his opinion of the signature. He's a bit of an expert, you know. It's amazing, he gave a perfect description of the little bastard, just from that one letter. I thought we should get to know everything about the enemy as a sort of insurance in case all else fails. Bart looked skeptical. I have to feel I'm doing something. Stop worrying, he added to Bart's narrowed eyes and pursed lips. I won't do anything without telling you first. Promise. Bart remained uneasy. This new insouciance was almost as disturbing as the previous evening's despair. Up till now, Robert's admirable common sense had been based on balance, not on seesawing from one extreme to the other. Chapter 22. The secondary school's wrestling competition was held in the ballroom of a large hotel, one street back from the beachfront and one block from the ethnic bazaar, where they had just delivered the cartons of urns and sculptures for Jeff. Bizarre, not bizarre, had been Robert's judgment of the egregious collection of kitsch and popular junk overflowing shelves, tables, and display cabinets, even spilling onto the floor. He shuddered to imagine the resulting mismatched interiors. Why so many elderly people left homes and families in the South, to spend their final days in this teeming ant-heap of retirees, stuffing bloated bellies with cheap RSL food and thousands of poker machines with their pensions, was a mystery impossible to fathom. Bart didn't care what the oldies did, providing they left him alone. Beneath a gigantic crystal chandelier, and in front of gilded mirrors and elaborate niches containing pseudo-classical sculptures, the scores of half-naked bodies arranging wrestling mats added a satisfyingly surreal note. A television crew was setting up in a corner. Screens across one end provided minimal changing facilities. Competitors had to get ready 2 rounds ahead, and ask their coaches or other team members to look after valuables. Robert was wearing Bart's gear. The winners of the first day's fights would compete for the trophy the following day. It's going to be tough, Bart warned. It's sudden death and you've a very experienced opponent first up. They have to do that to make sure the second day's worth watching, so don't be disheartened. I'm not expecting to win, so don't worry. I'm only here to say goodbye to the sport and satisfy my curiosity. Hard hammering, Robert faced his opponent, a weightlifter type about the same age as himself, whose concentration was total. Right on the signal, without having given the slightest acknowledgement of Robert's presence, he threw himself under a partially assembled guard and performed a perfect double leg takedown followed by a drive-through. Robert managed to land on his side, but was immediately spun onto his knees, head pinned under an arm. Then he was but dragged until he overbalanced and flipped like a coin onto his back. In the second bout, Robert got in first and lunged into a fireman's carry, lifting his opponent before flinging them both backwards, Robert on top. As he tried to turn over, he was caught by a brilliant reversed body twist. A double leg pickup from the knees flipped him head over heels, and the simple leg back heel trip that followed ended his participation in the competition. As he hobbled over to Bart, He burst out laughing. I'm surprised you're not hiding in shame. Bart laughed with him. It wasn't that bad. I've been talking to his coach. Your opponent's the school and district champion, has been wrestling for 5 years and has been selected for the junior team to tour the states next year. I was proud of you. His coach refused to believe you'd only been wrestling for 1 term. Feel better now? Sure do, coach. What's next? Stay here and watch, or do the town? Up to you. Let's go. We can come back tomorrow and see the champions fight it out. They visited a theme park, tested the surf with hired boards, chatted up a couple of young Japanese who insisted on giving them their Osaka addresses in case they should ever find themselves in Japan, and shared a takeaway lunch with their new friends. After buying enough bread, cheese and salami for both evening meal and breakfast, they watched from the dunes as sunset slipped from mackerel clouds and the eggshell sky turned gray. Still coping? I'm fine. Stop worrying about me. Want to try another nightclub? And your mother thought it was me leading you astray. You do drive me crazy. Would you mind if we didn't? I'd be relieved. I only need you, and, Robert's brave facade collapsed. He looked at Bart in despair. And you can't get the gay bashing out of your head. It's eating into me. I'm suffocated by the injustice. How can people hate you when they don't know you? Bart was silent. Robert's anguish as he repeated the question that has plagued humans since they first stood upright, tore at his heart. There are millions of answers, but no solutions. No guidebook for the persecuted. They can only try to survive, a full life denied. Some suicide, some run, most try to blend. The gregarious construct ghettos and a few brave souls stand and fight. They seldom win, but that is the only way they can live with themselves. He took Robert's hands, kissed each finger in turn, then whispered, "If I could protect you from the hydra of hatred and bigotry, I would. But it is nowhere and everywhere. Cut off one head and another grows in its place. I promise though, that I will share it all with you for as long as you need me. Bart, I love you." The unguarded entrance to a housing development led them between partly constructed townhouses to a double garage. With water from a nearby tap to wash down the bread and salami, they satisfied ravenous appetites. A bit of horizontal exercise before sleep. Otherwise we'll get indigestion. Up at dawn in case a diligent builder should arrive, they drove to the beach and raced into the surf in the breaks between joggers, early morning walkers, fishermen, and sea gazers. Afterwards, they cold showered on the beach, prepared and ate breakfast on the sand, and discussed plans for the remaining 3 days of the holidays. One day would be spent looking for a car for Bart, one preparing for school, and one bushwalking in the hills behind Brisbane. On Saturday, Monique and Sanjay would arrive home and Bart would return to his flat. "I'm going to be lonely at nights." "Me too. I can stay over on weekends." "You'd better." "And next year." They hadn't discussed what would happen when Robert went to university. "What do you want to do?" "Move in with you. Mum and Dad won't mind. It's slightly closer to uni. I can do what I like when I leave that bloody school." "How about the other students?" "What about them?" "You know bloody well what. As you said, we can't live our lives frightened of what others might think. And say and do. Would you rather I didn't move in?" Bart's hesitation had come as a shock. Bart frowned. "I'll still be at school. But Nickel Sear and Lance won't." Robert tried not to sound disappointed. He was sensible enough to realize that things were different for Bart, but innocent enough to expect problems to disappear if you wished hard enough. "I guess we need time to think about it. Let's leave it for now." "No, we won't leave it. We are going to live together. I'm just wondering how we can make it as painless as possible. I don't have to be a teacher, there are other things." That raised a smile. "Like what?" The jobless rate in southeast Queensland's among the highest in the country. Something'll turn up. Blind optimism. Comes with blinkered vision. If you quit you're going to need my help with the rent. So I'll have to come and share. I'll be a rent boy. With Ron. Beggars can't be choosers. We could both go on the game. No way. I'm not having my man selling himself. Robert surprised himself at the strength of his reaction. Aha! The boot's on the other foot. It's not really a joke, is it? No, Bart struggled to sound optimistic. Life's bad for lots of people. We're bloody fortunate, you know. Compared to whom? Australia has the highest youth suicide rate in the world. Robert was shocked. What? And about half of them are gays? You're joking. Most are just innocent kids who know they're gay, but are too frightened to grow up because of all the shit hurled at us. When their parents join the bigots, they pull the plug. I've never read about it in the papers. Politicians, parents, and teachers deny it. They'd have to do something about vilification otherwise. Many parents are so twisted they'd feel more ashamed at admitting their son was gay than that he suicided. Robert sat in appalled silence, then looked up with a frown. That's why the cops assumed Murray had suicided? Bart nodded. Have you ever thought of doing it? Robert asked quietly. I played around with the idea at school, but when I got to uni it wasn't so bad. Meeting Michael and John probably saved me from doing anything stupid. And now? Now I have every reason in the world to live. What's that? I'm going to buy a new car. And? What do you mean? I'll give you 3 seconds. 1, 2. Oh, and you of course. Forgot about that. They shared saddened grins. Bart threw a sideways glance. While we're on the subject, have you ever thought of topping yourself? No way. But, if things got that bad for me, there's no way I'd go out alone. I'd take as many homophobic wonkers with me as I could. He smashed his fist into the sand in frustration. Am I overreacting? You? Never. Bart stretched out on the sand. Do you want to sit here all day moping over the injustices of the world, or do you want to watch the wrestling? Do you care who wins? Couldn't give a stuff. Are we two people with one mind? I reckon. They drove home the long way, stopping whenever something seemed interesting, buying fish and chips for lunch, and following the lazy windings of the river back to Toowong. Robert grabbed the first shower and collapsed onto the bed. Bart showered slowly, then stood gazing at the body sprawled on top of the sheets. Every time he saw Robert like this he was overcome by disbelief that such a splendid young man could love him. His eyes drifted over the smooth contours. Robert prized open an eye. What are you thinking? Wondering why I love you? Because I'm such a wanker. Because you're a complete and complex young man. Sorry I've been a bit of a neuro the last couple of days. Makes life interesting, and you had good reason. Bart, I don't know if I've mentioned this before, but, you're not a bad bloke. The privacy of patio and garden proved more alluring than sharing forest trails with 1,000 other hikers, so they spent the first day reading, loving, lying in the sun and eating. The day of cleaning and preparation took 2 days, being interspersed with less worthy activities. Bart's car hunt was put on hold. I'm in no hurry. It'll do me good to jog to school for a while, it's only a couple of kilometers. Maybe I'll buy a bike. That's what we all should be doing as teachers, setting a healthy example for our students. Robert smiled. Or perhaps I'll jog. No, I'll get a bike. I'll go looking after school on Monday. There's no point in rushing things. What do you reckon? Indecisiveness turns me on. That's lucky. I don't really know what I want. The idea of not having a car is seductive. A bike is too, except for vehicle exhausts. You can howl abuse at passing queers. That is tempting, but I think I'll just hold fire and see what it's like with nothing except my legs and public transport. Busloads of colds, flus, and other bugs. Irresistible. And so they decided to decide on nothing for a day or so, or at least until Bart got desperate. Like monks in a monastery, they forgot the outside world, its cares and problems. The tensions that had been building dissipated. They no longer talked about the bashing outside the club, the sabotaged breaks, or their fears for next term. 3 perfect days were filled with blissful insouciance, their only venture into the heterosexual world, a film in the city that didn't live up to its rave reviews. Robert managed to write 2,000 copies of the signature and was becoming quite proficient. However, the better he became, the higher his standards rose. He could see it was going to take the full 3,000 before he had committed it to reflex. He also recorded the page setup and all other editing quirks used by that obsessively neat letter writer. Bart was curious, but proved his trust by saying nothing. Their realm was so complete they almost resented the return of parents, until the plane drifted to Earth exactly on time and, with mutual delight, kissed a bubbling Monique and hugged an affectionate Sanjay. "We had a wonderful time," Monique enthused. "Everyone was friendly and helpful, we saw and did everything we wanted, but... oh. I'm glad to be home. I'm getting too old to travel. Thank goodness I did a lot when I was young. How about you, Dad? Found the going tough?" "Never. I'm as resilient as ever. I just pretend to be worn out so your poor old mother won't feel so bad." After they had freshened up, rested, and enjoyed one of Bart's gourmet frozen dinners, they relaxed over coffee. "Your great-grandmother sends her blessings and this. She's getting frail, but still manages to rule the roost." Sanjay passed across a small box containing an elaborately worked gold filigree ring set with a dark red stone, in the center of which was trapped a tiny, shimmering white star. "Hey, this is a work of art." "What's the stone?" "A star sapphire, heated till it turns red. It was your great-grandfather's and supposed to be mine, but they decided I was too Western-east. After asking a great many questions, which I answered honestly, she was adamant it was destined for you." "Excellent. Thanks, Dad." He turned to share it with Bart. "Look at the fine threads of gold. It's unbelievable. So intricate. Put it on me." Blushing at the implications, Bart slid the exquisite bauble onto Robert's ring finger. Monique and Sanjay tried not to feel embarrassed. "I'll only wear it on special occasions. And this is from us." Monique handed over a gift-wrapped box. "Careful. It's fragile." Inside was a miniature video camera. "Does it work?" "Of course it does. We made them demonstrate in the shop. Singapore was full of them, so of course Sanjay couldn't resist. Just don't spy on us." Naturally, it had to be tested. While Sanjay rummaged through his luggage for adapters and leads, Bart was given a snakeskin belt and matching watch strap as a reward for looking after Robert. When the batteries were loaded, everyone sang something, did a dance and felt like film stars until the replay set them writhing with embarrassment. The sound and picture qualities were remarkably good, although it was going to take a bit of practice to ensure the subject's head was in the frame. "Tell us more about India." Bart was enthusiastic. "I'd love to travel. As soon as Robert's got his degree we'll be off." "The younger the better," advised Sanjay. "I look back now in amazement at how much I enjoyed roughing it when we were young. I would never consider doing now what we did then. I not only need comfort and sanity, but my tolerance of bureaucratic ineptitude has sunk to explosively low levels." He darted a half-embarrassed glance at Monique. "At least twice," she laughed, "I saved your father from certain incarceration. After the umpteenth official demanded to see yet another lot of papers or proofs of identity, he would twitch, and I would intervene to stop him landing a punch on the nose of the officious official." Sanjay smiled sadly. I got sick of having to grease the passage of even the most ordinary transaction with rupees. I don't think I'll go back. Everything is such a mess. Next time we need someone to go on a buying spree, you and Bart can do it. You're on. I know the sorts of things you get and what sells. You should see the shop in sofas and the horrible muck it's jammed with. Believe me, I know, Sanjay sighed in despair. Pay no attention to old doom and gloom. I loved it. India is wonderfully exotic, especially the towns and villages on the canals around Cochin. But there are so many people. Every street, shop, alley, and open space is teeming. We must have met every member of Sanjay's extended family. They all seemed to have some reason to spend their days in the house where we were staying. They were lovely, but sometimes I longed for solitude. I am not doom and gloom, but it does become irksome when every day the power goes off at the most inconvenient time and sometimes there's no drinking water for a day or so. Fortunately, the locals seem to know in advance, so every available bit of floor space is covered with containers of water. I'll never take reliable services for granted again. More holiday stories were swapped, Robert's brief appearance as a competitive wrestler, Sanjay's run-in with the waiter in the plane, Monique's disastrous attempts to communicate in Hindi, Bart's friends on the Sunshine Coast and many other things, until at last it was time to tell about Hyacinth's breaks. The fun was over. Parental worries returned, Robert's stomach knotted, and Bart's heart ached. This had to be solved for the sanity of them all. Monique, pale with fury at the thought that Robert might have been killed in a car crash, burst into tears. A welcome distraction. A reminder of Sanjay's last interview with the police failed to convince her that, as there was absolutely no evidence pointing to anyone, it would be counterproductive to report the sabotage. She wrung frustrated hands in vain. There is something deeply shaming for a man to be a victim, especially of anonymous attacks. He feels weak, inadequate, and contemptible. All three men felt the same. To go running to the cops again would be like running home to mummy. It might be foolish, but to retain their sense of worth they had to make a serious attempt to fight this thing themselves. The boys didn't mention the gay bashing, for the same reason they hadn't told Hazel about the breaks. One doesn't become a man by dumping problems onto others. You're in a bit of a predicament then, Sanjay muttered. Hang on a minute. He was back in 3. Jeff agrees there's no reason for the van to sit in his garage between its infrequent journeys, so you can have the use of it. He held up his hand as Bart started to protest. Hang on, there's more. This is not a gift. It's an offer of employment. We'd like you to take over deliveries for us. We'll pay you of course, so it'll be sensible for you to keep the van at your place and take it to school. There's no advertising on it, so no embarrassment there. Bart frowned. But I'm at work all day. School finishes at 3:30. You're always there from before 8 in the morning till after 5, according to Robert. You hardly get any lunch breaks, what with planning, preparation, and sports teams, so Monique and I decided you are working too hard and must drop a few extracurricular activities. As long as deliveries are made before 6 o'clock, that'll be fine. Many can be on Saturdays and Sundays. We're only talking about half a dozen a week, nothing onerous. You'd also be expected to arrange maintenance. Then you'll be Dad's slave instead of Nickel Sears. Bart looked defensive. I dislike being helped, he said bluntly. I know I'm ungracious, but when people do things for me, I feel they own a piece of me. Hey. I was only joking. Bart turned to Robert with an indecipherable look. I know. And I also know there aren't any strings attached. I just had to tell you how I feel. To explain why I'm not being more effusive. He turned to his hosts, shook his head as if to clear it, then lit his face with the incomparable smile. Having got that off my chest, I'd love to be your driver and keep the van at my place, at least until I get something else. Thanks a million. And you're right, it is time the worm turned. Admirable sentiments, deplorable cliché. Oh, shut up, Robert, this is important. We're thinking of you too, you know. I know, Dad, sorry. Can I help with the deliveries? If you finish all your homework first, and if Bart wants you to. He's the boss of that side of things. You won't be paid though. Monique and Sanjay went early to bed. Robert drove Bart home. On the way they made 3 decisions: not to see each other again until the following Saturday, Robert would stop helping out in the gym, and Bart would drop at least 3 after-school activities. As far as their primary problem went, they would attempt to discover more about Lance's gang, and the nature and extent of his relationship with Nickel Sear. Most importantly, neither would take any risks. It was early the following morning before Robert returned to his own bed. He thought he ought to share Sunday with his parents and, for reasons that were a mystery even to himself, wanted to perfect his 3,000 copies before school started on Monday. Chapter 23. Alone in his darkening front room, Ian Nickel Sear watched the dying light drape his school in spurious Gothic splendor. In 12 hours the final act of his career as a headmaster would commence, and in 12 weeks he would leave this home of 22 years. The thought brought comfort. His brain, that finely tuned instrument with which he had attempted to subdue an errant world, had begun playing tricks. An incessant whirling of images and thoughts had brought him to the edge of exhaustion. He wondered if, after years of railing against iniquity, his mind had at last revolted and was vomiting back every loathsome thing it had been forced to think about over the years. The same topics and problems presented themselves again and again without solution. His energy was gone. Hands, brain, and body trembled. 12 weeks. Could he last? He no longer understood his pupils, his teachers, his fellow men, if he ever had. Sex, nothing but sex. The world's obsession caused his heart to shrivel. Where was love? His mother had taught him love. Until his 8th birthday and the bizarre accident that killed his father, he was deeply loved by both parents. A birthday treat speedboat ride up the river ended abruptly when a loose sheet of iron from a passing barge sliced through his father's neck. It seemed an eternity before the boatman glanced back and noticed the blood-drenched boy and headless man. In front of an altar built by his father as a protest at the mainstream church's loss of direction, young Ian had knelt beside his mother for endless hours of prayer. An elaborately framed photograph of his father became an icon of purity that convinced him he was responsible for his father's death, by having pleaded for the ride on the river. He knew, in the innermost reaches of his soul, that selfish pandering to earthly desires deserved severe punishment. His penance was lifelong guilt. His mother's frequent reminders that he was now the man of the house on whom she depended, became the boulder of Sisyphus. She took him to her bed to comfort both his nightmares and her loss. She was a fragile, bird-like woman, and they would sit together on the veranda for hours listening to songs of faith while browsing through their favorite book, Christian Saints and Martyrs. Illustrated. Each time they contemplated returning to separate sleeping arrangements, one or the other would have a relapse of nightmares. Secure in God's command to love one another, their mutual comforting continued. Nightmares about his headless father became enmeshed with the stoning of Stephen, Lucy plucking out her eyes, Sebastian perforated by arrows, Catherine broken on cartwheels, young men and women torn to shreds and eaten alive in arenas, nails driven through hands and other such tortures. Perhaps because of this, the young lad developed an almost hysterical dread of his fellow humans, so his mother took him to school and collected him each day. He made no real friends, being happy to be alone with her the rest of the time. Childhood fears matured at university into a paranoia that, together with reclusive belligerence, earned him no friends and few acquaintances apart from fellow devotees of Old Testament dogma. Adulthood usually slips a protective layer around adolescent psyches, enabling us to go out into the world, earn a living, and compete. Irrational fears are submerged in the hurly-burly of life. Ian was no exception and learned to assert himself, achieve promotion and become a head of department, even though he was still living at home, sleeping in his mother's bed and relying on her to give his life meaning. She remained the only person he felt he could trust in the world, and by continuing to reinforce his belief in the innate cruelty and sinfulness of humankind, she prevented him from making friends who might have taught otherwise. Together they closed their minds to the truth and planted problems for the future. At the age of 40, Ian discovered he needed a wife to gain further promotion. With his mother's blessing he married, and not long after became headmaster of his present school. Before their engagement both he and his bride, a homely and somewhat excitable spinster several years his senior, had agreed that at their time of life they did not want children. However, after only 2 weeks he became sickened by his wife's demands for consummation. The only Christian purpose for sexual intercourse is procreation. Ian had insisted. His wife's reproachful silences became reproachful words, then anger, then violence. In moments of hysteria she would shout that his devotion to his mother was incestuous. His soul petrified. They slept in separate rooms, meeting only for meals. Within 6 months Mrs. Nickel-Sear had become severely depressed, refused to go out, to meet people or to shoulder her responsibilities as headmaster's wife. School matters began to occupy more of Ian's time as he sought to avoid her eyes, dark-ringed wells of reproach that trailed him throughout the house, accompanied by a refrain of grief. "Why did you marry me? Why did I waste myself on you? What have I done to deserve this treatment? Am I not a woman with a woman's needs? Your mother has stolen the love that should be mine." When this failed to elicit a response she would wail wordlessly, squatting hunched on the floor, knees clutched to her chest, swaying backwards and forwards. When her husband tried to stop her she responded by throwing herself around, rolling under the furniture, beating her fists on the walls and knocking over ornaments, all the time crying and shouting that it was she who should receive his love. In vain had he expostulated, described the sort of love and respect a wife owed her husband, and explained the abhorrence God felt for those who committed lustful acts. One morning as he was about to descend the stairs on his way to school, she emerged, naked, from her bedroom. Dancing jerkily on her toes and singing in a high-pitched monotone, she pushed past him and sank to her knees on the stairs, preventing his descent. Clinging to his thighs, she pleaded with him to treat her like a woman. He averted his head and held his briefcase above his head so as not to contaminate either it or his hands. As she fumbled with his trouser fastenings, a spasm of disgust overtook him and he thrust her violently from him, and fled. The cleaning lady found the body at the foot of the stairs. The coroner's verdict was that she had been about to dress, hurried to answer the telephone, which was downstairs, and slipped. The headmaster was praised for the strength of character he displayed when informed of his loss. His mother moved in as housekeeper, and Ian found himself possessed of a new, overriding goal, to rid the world of the evils of sexual lust, the greatest single character-destroying force. It was now 5 years since Ian's mother had been admitted to a nursing center where she died. His adult protective layer had grown perilously thin, childhood phobias were returning and malignant evil raised its hideous head everywhere he looked. The world had emptied of both love and meaning. All that remained was an obsessive desire to be a perfect servant of God. His thoughts turned with gratitude to young Lance, who alone had stayed the course and taken up the sword of righteousness. It was a shame the Bible class had dwindled, however, better one worthy warrior for God than a dozen half-hearted drones. He shook his head impatiently to curb the doubts tugging at his conscience. If he, in all those years of patience and persuading had made no impact on the minds and souls of those in his care, if their hearts remained as lecherous and libidinous as ever, then the time had come for the wrath of God to be unleashed. An unsettling image of Murray Corso flickered across his mind. He quickly suppressed it. Corruption had to be weeded out and Lance had promised to assist. His fervour for the crusade had perhaps been marred by youthful zeal, but at heart he was a good boy. After all, Christ had whipped the traitors from the temple. Lance would learn restraint and Ian would guide him along the paths of righteousness. He dragged himself upstairs and knelt for 2 hours in front of the photograph of his father, ending with a fervent prayer for the eternal souls of Basil Lee and his catamite, before collapsing onto the empty bed. A short way across town, Lance too was infected with the reflective urge. He had lost the services of Mandy, Janice wasn't so keen on screwing anymore, and recent rumblings of mutiny from Nigel and Ernest were beginning to irritate. They had refused to go with him the other night and hadn't come to his house when he'd left a message. If they didn't want a reminder that he had them by the balls, then they'd better shape up. He tossed a well-thumbed history of torture onto the floor. Even the graphic descriptions and photographs weren't having the same effect as they used to. He lay back on the bed. His only real problem was bloody Basil Lee and his black boyfriend. He was now certain, from what Brown Eye had said in the common room, that they knew he'd been trying to blackmail Pino and had organized the snuffing of Corso. It was only a matter of time before they convinced the police. He fucking well had to get rid of them. He had checked the papers every day for accidents. But nothing. They obviously hadn't used the car. He'd have to wait till they returned from wherever fags went for their holidays. He smiled as an image of two bodies trapped in a mangled wreck, blood oozing from cuts and wounds, danced before his eyes. If that didn't work, he had to think of something foolproof. No more leaving things to chance. Nickel Sear was becoming a menace too. He was so far round the twist that he'd soon give the game away. Thank Christ there was only one more term of the slimy old shit. Maybe he should dump Janice. He wasn't getting it up so easily with her anymore. For no obvious reason, his mind drifted back to his mother. He hardly recollected her as anything other than a weepy, bottle of brandy-a-day drunk. Ever since he could remember, his parents had shouted and abused each other at the tops of their voices, and then his father would beat the crap out of her. He recalled the night before his 14th birthday. Shouts and cries had been going on for ages, and then the house echoed with the thwacks and whimpers of his mother's punishment. He had crept down the passage to their bedroom. The door stood open, usually it was shut against prying eyes, and watched silently. His mother was bent over the end of the bed, head thrust under a pillow, hands stretched out in front and tied with pantyhose to the headboard. Red hand marks glowed on white thighs and buttocks. Her skin was still twitching from recent slaps. His father, also naked, white feet and bum conspicuous in the dim light, stood behind her fondling his erection. He looked up casually at his wide-eyed son, transfixed in the doorway. Turning back to his wife, he landed her a resounding smack with the flat of his hand on an already livid will, then, with a strange, almost calculating smile, slowly inserted himself. As passion overtook self-control, his buttocks pounded, heaved, and clenched in random spasms. Lance was ecstatic. He had never seen anything so arousing. Porn videos were nothing compared to reality. His father withdrew, wiped himself on the sheet, then wandered over to his son and closed the door in his face without looking at him. Lance crept back to his room to indulge in fantasies of his own. The episode had never been mentioned, however a conspiratorial bond developed, and one evening about 6 months later he was taken to an expensive prostitute's apartment where they shared both whips and girl. This was the first time they had done anything as father and son that Lance could remember. It was enormously successful, and similar visits continued on a regular basis for 2.5 years. When the Scotch bitch arrived on the scene it had stopped, and nearly 8 months had passed since they had gone whoring. Maybe now she'd gone things would return to normal. Poor Lance. He hadn't reckoned on Senior Constable Ponto's social conscience. Being a family man with teenage children of his own, he considered it his duty to warn parents if their offspring appeared to be slipping off the rails. His unofficial visit to Arnold Osborne's office after the attack on Bart, and again after Sanjay's suggestion that Lance was possibly involved in the shed burning, had poisoned any budding paternal feeling. Lance's father promised himself there and then that he had lied for his son for the last time. His conscience was clear. The instructions to the boy had been precise: give the poofters a warning. Nothing too violent, and at all costs avoid suspicion. Arnold hadn't bothered to tell his son about the police visits. As far as he was concerned, the kid had blown his chances. He was 18, a skinny runt, and from now on could bloody well stand on his own 2 feet. Lance had tried going to prostitutes on his own, but discovered he needed another bloke to be watching. It was a painful admission, but that was why he needed those zombies with him when screwing Janice. The only thing that could arouse him at the moment was constructing fantasies about slowly killing Vasily and his cock-sucking mate. He spent hours wanking to variations on the theme, impatient to witness the real thing. Watching that little pufter writhe as the poison burned his gullet had been excellent, but this was going to be perfect. He smiled as a new idea surfaced. There were 12 weeks left to complete his plans. He now hoped the breaks wouldn't kill the bastards. He wanted to be there. That would be really orgasmic. Nigel was at Ernest's place. He spent most of his time there now. His parents had kicked him out of the house when they found a plastic bag of dope and a packet of pills. They wanted no trouble with the police. Every evening he'd say a polite goodnight to Ernest's mum and dad, go out the front door, then sneak back and into Ernest's sleepout, a converted shed in the back garden. Ernest always kept his door locked, so there would be time for Nigel to crawl under the bed in the unlikely event that his parents paid him a visit. While Ernest was having breakfast, Nigel would scarper and wait in the park down the road, eating the food they had plundered the night before. At the moment they were both fully occupied fighting interstellar battles with computer-generated aliens. There was no room in their thoughts for anything else. Ralph had invited a woman to share his evening. On the previous 3 Saturday mornings they had swapped jokes and a chat in the supermarket, and Ralph had toyed with the idea of putting on the hard word. She was about his age, laughed a lot, took nothing too seriously, and had leapt into bed at the first tentative suggestion. He usually preferred to have to work a bit harder than that for his fun, but beggars couldn't be choosers. She knew what she was doing, did it with style, and it had been great. He'd even enjoyed the stream of jokes. With a slight shock of self-discovery, he realized that he probably approached sex too seriously. He would definitely invite her again. She didn't stay the night, her teenage children wouldn't approve. Monique, Sanjay, and Robert were on the patio enjoying the peace. They had finished telling everything about their holidays and lapsed into silence. Sanjay stroked Monique's neck and leaned over to kiss her cheek. Robert was feeling nervous about returning to school. I haven't seen anyone since being locked in that shed. I hope they don't ask too many stupid questions tomorrow. Just tell them exactly what we decided. You saw the smoke, rushed into the shed to make sure no one was trapped, tripped, and knocked yourself out. End of story. However, Sanjay continued. I'll be very surprised if anyone remembers. 9-day wonders and all that. I hope so. Robert gave a sigh. It's going to be hard not seeing Bart every day in the gym. And at night, he added shyly. It will be as hard for him, Monique observed. What do you mean? He's as much in love with you, as you are with him. How do you know? He never takes his eyes off you, listens to everything you say, follows you around, laughs at all your jokes, sighs, and looks goofy. The usual signs. You've got them too. How embarrassing. Why? What I don't understand is why you don't touch each other more. We're always touching each other, aren't we, Sonny? She turned and stroked Sanjay's arm, taking his hand in hers and running a row of kisses up his arm. Can't keep my hands off. Quenches my lusts till we're alone. But, you'd be repelled. Everyone hates queers. We've got to hide it as much as we can. Not here, you don't. Sanjay sounded curt. We love you more than anything in the world. Your gayness is just one of the hundreds of things that makes you special. He looked across to check that Robert was paying attention. After years of careful observation, I've realized that those couples who unconsciously touch, caress, cast loving glances and say affectionate things to each other, are the ones who continue to love and find each other attractive. I'm not talking about heavy petting and deep sensual kisses in front of others. That would be embarrassing no matter who was doing it and is mere exhibitionism. Monique took up the baton. When we lived with Grandma for a year, when we first married, it was terrible. She discouraged any show of affection. We nearly divorced with the tension of having to pretend we weren't dying to kiss and hug all the time. She leaned over and placed her hand on Robert's head, gently ruffling his hair. If you had a girlfriend and were as reserved with her as you are with Bart, I'd worry that you were gay. Now I worry you're not. She laughed easily. We'll start to think you don't trust us if you don't act naturally in front of us. If you feel like touching each other, cuddling, saying nice things, even kissing, do so without embarrassment. Your mother's right, as usual. A lump filled Robert's throat. He got up to fetch a tumbler of water from the kitchen and rinsed his eyes. When he had himself under control, he returned and said huskily, "No one could have said anything nicer. But you see, since that first time you accepted me, when Bart was here, we haven't ever talked about it, and I imagined it was only the idea you could tolerate. I was frightened you'd be disgusted if we actually did anything in front of you. There's so much hatred out there you start to feel poisoned by it." Surely not. People are quite accepting now. Where've you been? All the kids at school hate queers and so do most of the teachers. It's the worst insult you can throw at someone. Gays are beaten up in the streets all the time. Even in their houses. How about those politicians and religious nutters who are always trying to make out we are a threat to families? Monique sat beside Robert on the couch and put her arms around him. Poor darling, but at least some laws have changed. Things are slowly improving. You'll cope. But why aren't you with Bart tonight? Sanjay's question sounded like an accusation. Because we thought that, as we wouldn't be seeing each other till next Saturday, we should get used to it. Masochists as well? Is everything ready for school tomorrow? Yes. Why don't you give him a ring and see if he'd like you to go over for a while? It's only 7 o'clock. You can have the car. Go on, he added at Robert's hesitation. Hi, it's me. Genghis Khan. Who the hell do you think? Are you busy? Can I come over for a bit? He looked to where his parents were gazing out into the evening, and whispered bravely, just loud enough for them to hear, "I love you too." Chapter 24. Sanjay had, as usual, been right. In the bustle of a new term only Marcia remembered to say anything, and that was when they were alone in the common room, having arrived first at interval. "Robert. You look great. Have you completely recovered?" "Sure, it was nothing. A bit of smoke inhalation. Had a good holiday. And that was that." Everyone recounted the bits of their holidays they hoped would impress, and commiserated at returning to school. Lance slouched in and Robert's heart lurched. There was something different about him, a new malevolence. Distracted, Robert forgot to close his bag and his books tumbled everywhere, making him the last to leave the room. As he went out the door, someone shoved him hard between the shoulder blades. He dropped his bag, tripped on it and fell onto hands and knees in the corridor, aware of someone standing directly above and behind. "So, Brown Eye, your big nose led you into trouble last term. Got your fingers burnt," Lance sniggered unattractively. "And how's Loverboy Vasily?" Robert's flesh crept and stomach knotted. He jerked upright, jamming the point of his right elbow back and up into the soft flesh under Lance's rib cage, following it up with a quick left-handed jab to the same spot. With stunning abruptness, Lance dropped to the floor, gagging and gasping for breath. His diaphragm had gone into spasm. Students ran up and stood round in confusion. What happened? No idea. He suddenly dropped, and started choking. Lance's face was bluely mauve. While someone raced to the sickbay, Robert fought with himself, surrendered, rolled the enemy onto his back, pressed his thin shanks as hard as he could into his belly, then released them suddenly, repeating this several times until, with a shuddering of breath, a fit of coughing and gasps and heaves of his puny chest, Lance's color gradually returned. By the time the nurse arrived, he was propped up against the wall breathing thinly. Everyone reckoned he'd had a fit. Perhaps he was an undiagnosed epileptic. He was taken home and his father informed. "A pity," said Charlie Kosick. "If you hadn't known what to do he might have carked it? Not so quick with the heroics next time." Robert smiled, inwardly cursing his cowardice. "Welcome back, everyone." Mr. Rans, obviously happy to be back at school, projected a slide onto the screen. Genre is the term used to describe works that depict the daily lives of an artist's contemporary citizens, but it doesn't mean there's no deeper significance. All art, to be worthy of the name, deals with more than superficial appearances, otherwise it's merely illustration or decoration. This is Bruegel's Fall of Icarus. Who's first? In turn, each student pointed out something in the painting. It delighted their teacher when pupils observed things that he himself hadn't noticed, drew attention to similarities and differences with other works, or noted an unusual bit of iconography that the texts didn't mention. Before long the elegant furrows created by the plowboy in his scarlet shirt and grey tunic, the sheep and shepherd on the cliff top, the fisherman, the ruined castle on the rock in the extraordinarily turquoise sea, the square-rigged sailing ships, the distant cities, delicate trees, and white mountains had been admired and noted. "What's the significance of the title?" someone asked. "Yeah, who and where's Icarus?" Icarus was the son of Daedalus, a Greek inventor. They were both on Crete at the time of the earthquake that destroyed the Minoan civilization. Daedalus made wings of wax and feathers so they could fly from the upheavals. He warned his son to keep with him and not to fly too high, but Icarus tried to fly up to Apollo, the sun god. The wax on his wings melted and he fell into the sea and drowned. Those tiny things splashing between the rear of the ship and the shore, are his legs. Mr. Rans indicated with a pointer. Anyone care to interpret? Not surprisingly, there were no takers. Their art history teacher was the first person to pose such metaphysical questions as, why are we here? How should we live? Can we tell right from wrong? He was also astute enough not to pressure them into answering questions before they were ready. By setting the scene in the 16th century, Brueghel was telling his audience that the messages behind the myths of ancient Greece were still relevant. By reducing Icarus to a pair of vainly kicking legs, he suggests the insignificance of individuals in the great scheme. In addition, Icarus had dared to approach, to know the gods. The price for such conceit was his life. Pride comes before a fall. Beware of entertaining too high an opinion of yourself. Don't bite off more than you can chew, called a voice from the back. Certainly. Soon everyone had found something with which to identify, even if it was merely the pleasure of a panoramic view of the sea from cliff tops, and the painting became part of themselves, never to be forgotten. Robert sat through the discussion with increasing disquiet. Bart's car, Hyacinth, named after the murdered lover of Apollo, had been destroyed. Icarus was destroyed by Apollo, and Apollo was one of Robert's foundation cards when Susie read the tarot. Was he getting a bit up himself and next in line for destruction? He mentally shook himself. This was ridiculous. He had never been superstitious and wasn't about to start. Just before lunch, Robert was summoned to the headmaster's study. He presumed the time had come to test his story about the cricket shed. The guidance counselor and deputy headmaster were already there, uncomfortable in the leather-padded seats. Mr. Pino indicated to Robert that he should stand by the door. Mr. Nickelseer sat wordlessly at his desk throughout the interview, as though barely interested in the proceedings. The deputy studied Robert with overt curiosity. Looks the sporty rather than the studious type. Not bad looking, bet he has to fight off the girls. Can't see why Ian's so against him. The deputy knew he stood a good chance of taking over the headmastership when Mr. Nickelseer retired, so it was in his interests to keep the school running as smoothly as possible. He was keeping his fingers crossed that the headmaster would simply go quietly balmy in his office without any fireworks. He cleared his throat. "Robert, you have impressed your teachers with your attitude and application to work. Unfortunately, two problems have reared their heads." Robert blinked. "Two problems." He began to sweat. "First, the business of the cricket shed last term." The deputy sat back, folded his arms and gazed equably at Robert. "Tell us what happened." Mouth dry, but ready for the question, Robert stated his case. "That agrees with what Mr. Borum said." A brave and quick-thinking response. "Don't you agree, Headmaster?" The headmaster's head was at that moment buried in a folder of notes, but Mr. Pino nodded and affably mumbled his assent. He had an extraordinarily soft spot for young Kareem. "Now to the second matter. Let's hope we can dispose of that as easily. According to Lance Osborne, you attacked him in the corridor this morning after interval, nearly killing him with a punch to the stomach that stopped his breathing. This charge, if proven, could lead to prosecution unless you can satisfy us that the allegations are untrue." As he hadn't given the morning's incident a second thought, it wasn't difficult to inject an authentic note of incredulity. "But, sir, I was the one who saved his life. I'd dropped my bag outside the common room door and bent to pick it up. Not realizing Lance was behind me, I stood up, swung round and rammed my elbow into him. He gave a demonstration. It gave him a pretty good thump, but blokes often get winded on the sports field. I knew what to do, and when he recovered so quickly I forgot all about it." His honest frown of perplexity convinced the deputy. The headmaster gave a short harumph. Mr. Pino cleared his throat. "According to witnesses." Robert's heart lurched. Surely there weren't any. There was speculation about an epileptic fit. "Why didn't you contradict them?" "I thought they must be true. I assumed my smack in the gut set it off. As I said, it didn't seem that much of a whack to me. It certainly wouldn't have floored any of my friends." "Isn't Lance a friend?" Pino asked with alacrity. Robert made a transparent attempt to keep his face empty of emotion and his voice level. "Lance has spat on my books, called me an interfering black bastard, and given me the nickname, Brown Eye." The deputy failed to conceal his smile. "I have no reason to like him, but I would never endanger my reputation by picking a fight with him." It had been a calculated gamble, admitting his dislike, but he had read both the deputy and the guidance counselor correctly. They sat back, nodding in satisfaction. "Thank you, Robert. You have been most forthright. In my opinion, the matter should not be taken any further. Do you agree, Headmaster?" The response was a strangulated gurgle accompanied by an irritated shuffling of papers. That afternoon Robert kept his head down and his brain busy. It was now more important than ever to retain his reputation for diligence and hard work. He still hadn't thought of a way to find out more about Nigel and Ernest, but he was certain they'd desert Lance if they could. After school, hoping Ralph might be able to give him a few ideas, he knocked at the storeroom door. The memory of Murray made him feel sick and a tick twitched at his lip. The door was locked and he was about to turn away when two shapes flickered at the edge of vision. He swung around, back to the door, fists ready to slam into anything that threatened. Hey. Cool it." The boys cringed as though already hit. "We just wanted a word." "Who the hell are you?" As the meeting was too good to be true, it was probably a trap. "I'm Nigel, he's Ernest." "Oh yeah, Lance's little drudges. Go and lick your master's boots." "There's no need to be like that." Nigel's voice easily developed a whine. "We're on your side. We want to make you an offer." "What? An insecticide cocktail?" Robert sneered at their suddenly white faces. "Look, you little maggots, I know all about you both, and you haven't got away with anything. Even a couple of dingbats like you must have heard about the long arm of the law. And don't think Lance is going to shelter you, because he's up to his neck in so much shit he'll soon be as brown as me." Their grey expressions were like applause to an actor. Robert turned away with a snort of disgust. "Hello, goodbye, losers. Wait. Hang on. You haven't heard what we've got to say." There was an edge of panic to the words as Ernest tugged at Robert's sleeve. He swung round in genuine revulsion, lashing at the offending hand. "Keep your filthy, murdering mitts off me." They shrank back in alarm at the almost hysterical outburst, Ernest nursing his bruised hand in shock. Robert took a deep breath and made an effort to appear indifferent. "If you seriously want to talk, come to the weightlifting room tomorrow morning at 8:30. I'll open the windows onto the soccer field so you can get in without anyone seeing. No one's going to know I've been talking to scum like you. And no smart arse tricks." He turned away in disgust. "Promise you won't do anything till we've talked?" Ernest entreated. Robert nodded briefly without turning his head, mainly to conceal a twitching mouth and brimming eyes. Sanjay and Monique congratulated Robert on his success with the interview that afternoon, but cautioned against further attacks on Lance. If he did it again, Lance might be seen as a martyr and Robert an aggressor. After discussing the following morning's meeting with Nigel and Ernest, Robert rang Bart to get his approval for the plan, to see if he could think of any improvements, and to ensure he would be behind the door of the weightlifting room. At 8:30, Robert opened the frosted glass windows. Huddled beneath as though they had been there all night, were the two young reprobates. With an intensity that surprised himself, Robert realized he hated them. Up till then he had considered himself cool, able to take things as they came. He was discovering that there are some problems in life, which, unless tackled head-on, corrode the soul. The boys climbed in and looked nervously around as though expecting a trap. Robert closed the window. "Go on, check everywhere. Look for hidden wires, cords, microphones, cameras. I don't trust you, I don't expect you to trust me." They gazed vaguely around, but had no idea what to look for. This wasn't like films and videos, it was both too ordinary and too unreal. Robert maneuvered them until they perched side by side on a weights bar suspended across a couple of supports, facing the windows. "Okay. What have you got to say?" He sounded conciliatory to give them hope and loosen tongues. Ernest caught him off balance by talking about something else. "Didn't think you'd smoke. Thought you were the sporty type. Just shows you don't know everything, doesn't it?" Robert replied testily, giving the cigarette packet in his breast pocket a light pat and adjusting it slightly. Not trusting himself to speak further, he waited while they exchanged nods, whispers, and nudges. "Yeah, well," Nigel cleared his throat. "We've had it up to here with Lance. He's way over the top. We didn't mind bashing up a few kids for kicks. He gave us uppers and money and stuff." Robert nodded, keeping himself very still. "Well, you're right," Nigel continued, his whine gaining in prominence along with his confidence. "We thought it was just a joke. Lance told us it'd only make him feel a bit sick. Honest he did. He swore it. But he must have known all the time, and when Murray started twisting, chundeering and bubbling out of his mouth, I wanted to throw up. I've had bloody nightmares about it." He stopped talking and bit his lip. "My heart bleeds." Nigel stared at Robert intently. "Do you know what Lance did? I tell you man he's some sick dork." He dropped his true and stood there flogging away at his fucking dick and grinning like a madman. He nodded urgently at Robert's look of disbelief. "It was fucking disgusting." He swallowed quickly before continuing. "I said to myself then that I didn't want anything else to do with the prick, but when I told him, he threatened he'd tell the cops it was us who poisoned the kid, and we'd get life. Because it was us who held him down and forced him to drink the stuff. But we didn't know it was poisonous, and now we wish we hadn't. Why? Because it's got us in so much shit. So then you went with Lance to Mr. Vasil's. He paused to observe the effect. Catching flies, he asked as their mouths gaped. No way. The old woman who chased you away knocked someone's hat off, and reckons she could identify one of you. No way. Don't even know where Vasily lives? I don't believe you. It'd be some of his queer bashing mates. No. Really? It wasn't us. The boy's obvious sincerity and alarm began to edge out Robert's certainty. But you knew about it? Honest? No. All he said was that you and Vasily were going to get what was coming to you. Robert thought for a bit. And the shed? Nothing to do with us, honest. We had no idea you were in there till Lance told us. You really pissed him off by not getting incinerated. They giggled stupidly. Sawing through brake pipes. They looked mystified. I know nothing about no brakes. What the hell are you here for then? Piss off. To tell you what Lance is planning so you can get him off our backs. Lance can cut you into small pieces as far as I'm concerned. I wouldn't even mind watching. If you promise to keep us out of it, we'll tell you what he's gonna do. You're not in a position to ask favors. So far you've told me nothing I didn't already know. Ernest's voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper and he looked around nervously. He'll kill us if he finds out we've warned you. Promise you won't tell him. Robert nodded. He said he'd let us off the hook if we did one last thing. Get you and Vasily together. We thought that if we told you, you could trap him and we could pin everything on him. His voice trailed away. It sounds a bit arty-farty now I've said it. Shit, I don't know what to do. When did he tell you this? We went round to see him at lunchtime. There's nothing wrong with the skinny shit. But he's not coming back to school for a couple of days. He feels an arsehole because everybody knows about you beating him up. Christ, he hates you. Where does he want to meet us? His place. He told us to tell you he'd be out of town on Saturday morning, and we know where he keeps his drugs and everything else he's done, in a secret church place in their lounge. And we would show it to you. I know about his father's chapel. What time are we supposed to be there? 10:30. 10:30, next Saturday morning, at Lance's house, Robert repeated carefully. Both boys nodded apprehensively. Fine. Robert pulled a face as though he was considering something carefully, nodded, smiled to himself and continued, tell Lance we swallowed your story and we'll be there. You wait there for us. We might come, but I'm not promising anything. If we get what we want, we'll forget about your part in Murray's murder. But it's a big if. Now piss off. The assembly bell sent the boys scurrying out the window, and Robert to the top of the steps where he handed his cigarette packet to Bart. Did you hear everything? Too much noise from upstairs. They unburdened their souls. It was perfect. Hang on to this and come round for dinner tonight so we can look at it. See you. The picture was sharp and the sound clear. The tiny video camera had worked even better than expected. That's certainly incriminating, muttered Bart. It's underage testimony from two kids who have everything to gain and nothing to lose from perjury. It's better than nothing, Sonny. We have something to show the police at last. You've been very resourceful, Robert. But I promised the kids I wouldn't tell the cops yet. Robert's top lip twitched. His voice was pitched low, aggressive. And how about that meeting next Saturday? There's no way I'm letting you go to the Osbournes on Saturday, my son. Sanjay was blunt. The way you're feeling at the moment, it will be Lance that gets murdered this time. And where will that leave you? No one is suggesting he doesn't deserve a swift trip to the netherworld, but it isn't worth your freedom for the next 20 years. If you can't think of yourself, think of Bart. Robert looked at Bart, who smiled and ruffled his hair. "Good advice, I reckon. I'm not interested in being a martyr to the cause. Remember we decided last term to be victors, not victims." "I haven't forgotten, but I made a promise. We aren't stupid. If we go, we can trap him. As Dad said, the tape isn't proof. Get real. We'll go to the police and hand over this video. End of story." Bart's right. We are not equipped either mentally or physically to be righters of wrong. The police are. After a heated discussion in which Robert was outgunned 3-1, it was decided that Bart and Robert would take the video to the police directly after school the following day. Robert tossed on his bed. It was insane. It was capitulation. An affront to his masculinity. He desperately needed retribution. Pride demanded that he defend himself, not run to others. Hadn't he suffered enough? His brain went over and over Murray's torment and death, the murder attempt on Bart, his own near death in the fire, the tampered brakes and Hazel's horrifying experience. Despite the video, they had nothing. Nothing to positively incriminate Lance. It wasn't good enough. He got up, paced nervously around the room, wrote letters and notes to himself, and turned plans and ideas over and over in his head until they were lodged like permanent recordings. When he could flick his mind from idea to idea and plan to plan, he gave a frown of exhaustion and slipped into sleep. Chapter 25. Mr. Nickelseer supported himself against the wall outside Bart's office. Knives stabbed through the base of his skull. Panic clutched at his throat. Swallowing became difficult, breathing ragged. Had his whole life been a mistake? Sanity teetered on the abyss, such questions must never be asked. Surely he had been virtuous? Doubt gnawed at his belly. His life had been a beacon of righteousness, hadn't it? Shame, that murky, quicksand emotion, enveloped him in dread, preventing rational thought. He wanted to scream to his God, "Why? How could you let me? How many other errors have I made in your name?" Instead, the tremulous bundle of indecision and fear cowering before unanswerable questions, whimpered, "Almighty God, forgive me for I have sinned." The previous afternoon, angered by his deputy's decision to let Kareem off the hook, the headmaster had paid Lance a visit to offer both commiseration and support. The Osborne front door was unlocked, so he let himself in. He had never visited Lance's bedroom and, unwilling to call out, stood quietly to get his bearings. A cry of pain followed by grunts set his pulses racing, and he hurried along the hallway to a partially opened door where he stopped to catch his breath, fearful of what he might see. It was a large, dimly lit room with a television flickering in front of the curtained window, and a bed facing it. Lance was stretched over the bed, propped up on pillows watching a video. No one else was in the room, the cries were coming from the screen. The headmaster stared, but had no idea what he was looking at. Then, like a stab to the heart, understanding. As the camera zoomed out, two violently copulating bodies were joined by a third. Mr. Nickelseer reeled, clinging to the door for support. He risked a glance around the room. Heavy metal posters, centerfold girls, knives, a black doll hung by its hair, a life-sized pneumatic woman suspended from the ceiling, gaping mouth and vagina leering derisively, and Ian averted his eyes from Lance's jerking fist. He gagged, withdrew, and shuffled back the way he had come. The night had been a torment. He had prowled the house in search of relief, crawled in agony to the bathroom, held his head under the cold tap. Doubt still shredded his soul, and through the gaping wounds he saw the truth about his relationship with Lance. At least Vasily and Kareem liked and respected each other. At least they were, what? They were, friends. Seeking forgiveness, desperate for human company, the headmaster fidgeted outside the office. Vasily would understand because he also had befriended a pupil. Vasily would understand and forgive him. Forgiveness and absolution. The idea obsessed him. By dint of thought processes as obscure as the faith he followed, his young PE teacher had become the sole possible dispenser of atonement. With the master key he let himself into the office. Sunlight streamed in the windows and hurt his eyes. Staggering through the archway to the relative darkness of the sick bay, he sagged onto the bed and fell into nervous sleep. Concentration had been impossible during the first 3 periods. Robert pretended to listen and make notes while sifting and resifting through the evidence in an effort to accept the family's decision. By interval, his head refused to function further until he had confronted Bart one last time in an effort to delay the visit to the police. They had to play Lance at his own game and lay a counter trap. Bart had also endured a sleepless night. Robert's obvious and nagging disappointment at the decision to involve the police was beginning to annoy him. It was all very well for a student to think of playing cops and robbers, but a teacher had to maintain at least a facade of respectability. At some stage they would have to go to the cops, and then what an idiot he'd look, even if everything turned out okay. However, he couldn't imagine it would. How could they even contemplate trapping Lance? They hadn't the faintest idea what he was planning. He might have nets suspended from the ceiling and canisters of poison gas for all they knew. The return to school had reignited Bart's tensions. His day was one of constant nervous apprehension, fear of harassment and anxiety that someone would guess he was gay. He was tired from lack of sleep, tired of everything. It was getting too much. Maybe the costs of a relationship outweighed the benefits. Maybe short-term liaisons were best after all. Why chain yourself to someone else's problems when your own are more than enough? He reached his office, took out his key, and bumped into Robert. "What the hell are you doing here?" he whispered angrily. "I thought we'd agreed to avoid each other at school. This is serious. I've been thinking all night and have a surefire way to get that creep. I'm convinced we can get irrefutable evidence against Lance if we wait till after Saturday before going to the cops. For Christ's sake, give it a rest. We've been through this over and over, so cut it out." Bart's whisper had become sharp and agitated. "There's no need to shout, I'm only..." "Shut up and get inside." Bart shoved Robert roughly into his office and closed the door. "You're determined to put us in the shit. Why do you have to play at cops and robbers? I'm sick of your puerile approach to what you don't seem to realize is a bloody serious problem." "I do, but if you go ahead with what I reckon you're planning, you're sinking as low as Lance. You'll be nothing but a vigilante, taking the law into your own hands. That's not how our civilization works. It hasn't worked for us. It will. We have to trust it. It's the only protection we have." Bart dropped his hands in despair and stood back, too exhausted to argue. Robert stared out the window. Out there were thousands and thousands of people who hated him simply for what he was. It was too much. Much too much for one person to fight. As the realization sank in, a burden slipped from his shoulders, his brain cleared and, overwhelmed at the sense of release, he sighed and turned back to Bart. "You're right," he admitted softly. "It would be stupid. Not only stupid, but a waste of energy. As you said, prejudice is like the Hydra. For every bigot countered, 2 spring forth." The sense of release at having sloughed off responsibility for bringing Lance to justice, rendered him weightless. His spirits soared and drifted into an equally treacherous realm, euphoria. Everything was going to be all right. They had weathered this last hurdle. Nothing could separate them now. As though in a dream, tears of liberation streaming down his cheeks, he wrapped his arms around the man he loved more than anything else in the world. Sleep slipped away and the headmaster opened his eyes to the sound of whispers. It took a second to focus, but when he did, recent resolution took flight. Illuminated by sunlight streaming through the windows, his PE teacher wrapped his arms around a student, kissed him gently and said, "I love you." Pain ripped a gash through the headmaster's skull, annihilating thought. Revulsion surged. He grabbed a hockey stick from a pile against the wall, lurched through to the office and swung it with all his force. His victims recoiled in shock. Bart wrenched the weapon from the old man's grasp. "You stupid old fool," he snarled. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Nickelseer sank to his knees, raised eyes to heaven and spat curses with such venom that his listeners were silenced. "O Lord! This day have I seen the abomination of the devil. Cursed be this man. May every parish in the land know of his iniquity, and let there be no escape. His shame shall be burnt into his soul and his degradation shall cause God-fearing men to know the moral depths to which this land has sunk." Robert felt the beginnings of an hysterical laugh. The headmaster's eyes watered, his flesh was grey and the tendons on his neck knotted. Robert Kareem's youth, O Lord, is no mitigation. Despite your warnings he has deliberately defiled the temple of his eternal soul. He is as rotten carrion. A leper. The school bell was ringing to mark the end of break. Laughing, chattering children could be heard entering the gymnasium as the world continued on its confusing way. Roberts had stopped. Bart looked at the hysterical old man, mauve lips flecked with spittle, veins standing out on stringy neck, watery eyes staring straight ahead, and was repelled. "You asinine, little shit," he said softly. "Get out. The authorities will be informed," spat the old man. Bart grasped the headmaster by the neck and thrust him out the door, slamming it behind him. Nerves, shyness, fear, shock, and the utter absurdity of the situation set him shaking. He drew a deep breath, turned Robert to face him, and said as lightly as he could, "I was sick of teaching anyway. Can you go back to your old school?" He tried a smile. Robert stood absolutely still, only his jaw twitched slightly. He swallowed. His breathing was shallow. "Robert? The man's mad. He's lost the plot. Nothing will happen. Snap out of it. Everything's going to be fine. We'll just continue as normal. Wait for me in the van after school." "Okay." Robert continued to stare straight ahead. "Robert? Robert?" Bart shook him hard. "Snap out of it. Everything's fine. The bloke's a nutter, he can't do anything. As soon as it's all made clear to the authorities, nothing'll happen. Everyone knows he's a goofball." Robert shook his head as though to clear it, but refused to look at Bart. A door had slammed shut somewhere in his head. It was imperative to shut such madness out. His voice had a faraway sound. Yeah. See you later." Mr. Nickelseer made his way slowly to the office. "I am not feeling well," he announced, grey face and vacant look confirming the statement. "I am going home." The secretary couldn't believe her luck. "No worries. We're not expecting any disasters. You just toddle off and put your feet up." She received a glower for the insubordination. A small price to pay for a peaceful afternoon. Outside the gym, Robert stood absolutely still, his brain refusing to send instructions. After a few minutes he drifted out the gates and down the road in the direction of home. He had no plan, no thoughts, no ideas. He reached a small park and sat on a bench in the shade. Ants worked unseen up and down the trunk, a bird shrilled unheard on the branch above, a woman and two toddlers played on the swings. He sat. Heavy, unfeeling, dead. No one took any notice. It was getting on for lunchtime and children's voices could be heard advancing down the street from the daycare center. Robert gave a small shudder, hugged himself and growled through his teeth, "I will never let Bart suffer. I will not live my life like a hunted criminal, pretending to be what I'm not, to like what others like." He thrust his head between his knees and tore at his hair, finding solace in the physical pain. He dug his nails into his scalp. A trickle of blood ran down his forehead. He bit violently on the fleshy part of his hand until the skin punctured, leaving blue marks tinged with white, seeping dark red drops. He raised his eyes and became aware of a child staring at him. "Fuck off," he hissed with such intensity that the kid took off like a lizard. Then he grabbed his bag and ran without stopping until he collapsed, exhausted, onto his bed. His parents were out and the house was empty. Slowly, swirling gray chaos shrank to one blindingly focused idea. He leapt up, showered and inspected the damage, applied disinfectant, and was satisfied that nothing showed. Seating himself at the computer in his father's office, he concentrated for 2 hours, made a printout, which he signed, copied everything onto a CD, then deleted all record of his work from the hard drive. At 2:45 he stowed some gear in a backpack, put on his school uniform, propped a note on the dining room table, and left the house. A fast jog brought him to Lance's Street only minutes before the kids who lived in the area would arrive. Keeping his head down, he ran to the front door, placed an envelope addressed to Lance prominently on the doormat, knocked loudly, then raced back to stand behind a tree on the other side of the road. Bikes and shouting kids tore past, but no Lance. He had to be there. Robert was on the point of going back to give the door another hammering when it opened. Lance peered out, picked up the letter and retreated into the gloom. Next stop, the station, and a single ticket to Roma Street. He spoke for a few minutes to the ticket seller, asking her about train times, and at his destination chatted briefly to the collector, before carefully tucking the cancelled ticket into his wallet. In the toilets, he changed from school uniform into a dark blue tracksuit, repacked everything and jogged back to Toong along the riverside path. Having a few minutes to spare, he rested at the top of the hill beside the monument where the woman had abused him. It meant nothing to him now, and he was amazed at the strength of feeling the incident had aroused at the time. So much of real significance had happened in the intervening 3 months. He had grown up, learned what he wanted, and the importance of protecting and guarding what he valued. He was learning to say fuck you to the world before it fucked him. The words of Patrick Henry flashed through his head, and he paraphrased them to suit his mission. Is life so dear or peace so sweet as to be purchased at the price of secrecy, denial, and fear? Forbid it all, ye gods. I know not what course others may take, but as for me, give me the freedom to be myself, or give me death. It was 6:15 and almost dark by the time he arrived at his destination. Although he had eaten nothing since breakfast and slept very little the night before, he felt neither hunger nor weariness, rather a heightened sense of perception, an alertness combined with a feverish determination to end the nightmare, to confront the devil within and force him to submit, or be damned in the process. Chapter 26. The headmaster's house was set back from the road in a fenced-off piece of the school grounds. Low hedges and a nearby street lamp meant that anyone at the door would be visible from the road, so he had to be quick. Fortunately, there was little traffic. A light went on in what he supposed must be the lounge. Robert crossed the road swiftly, glided up the path, and knocked firmly. The hall light was switched on and the door opened just wide enough for Mr. Nickelseer to identify his visitor. Spending the afternoon at home had not been a good idea. Writing letters had not stopped the headmaster brooding on the evils of the world, and he was furious that his evening should be disturbed by this personification of depravity. Before he could slam the door, Robert slithered through, kicked it shut and, filled with dread and sharp fears of what would happen if he failed, groveled at his headmaster's feet. "Sir! Sir! Have compassion! I've been in torment since you spoke those words to me this morning. I prayed all day for guidance, and, I think the Lord has spoken to me." The final half-dozen words burst forth in a rush of confusion, embarrassment, and hope. Mr. Nickelseer stepped back to avoid contact with this disciple of the city of Sodom, for whom even the Lord God could find no mercy. Had he been able, he would have turned his supplicant into a pillar of salt on the spot, but not knowing the trick he did the next best thing. Making the sign of the cross with the index fingers of both hands, he shouted, "Get thee behind me, Satan!" Hysterical laughter threatened to burst through Robert's self-control. His mental state was as fragile as the headmaster's. He raised stricken eyes to his persecutor, chillingly aware that his last cards were being played. "You have breached my sanctuary?" Nikelsier hissed. "Leave instantly, or I will call the police." Fear of failure set Robert pleading anew until, angered beyond bearing, Mr. Nikelsier backed towards his study. "You have been warned," he intoned from the doorway. "The law knows how to treat godless perverts." With appalling clarity Robert envisaged a future of public notoriety, ridicule, harassment, and loneliness. He was going to lose Bart. The flimsy filaments of hope, love, and fear with which we weave our natures, stretched, spun themselves into a cord as cold and hard as life itself, and Robert bowed his head. He had offered the enemy a chance. The offer had been rejected. The old man had sealed his own fate. The headmaster waited anxiously for a few seconds, then, deciding it was safe, turned and entered his study. Robert, eyes blank, face expressionless, leaped silently to his feet. Before Mr. Nikelsier could reach the telephone, a sock filled with small lead sinkers thudded into his skull behind the ear. Robert caught the falling body and carried it back to the entrance, where he let it fall roughly to the floor. He took a new pair of rubber gloves from his pocket and put them on, before grasping the old man under the arms and dragging him into the study. Leaving the body in the center of the room, he removed from his pack a large plastic bag and 3 strips of rubber cut from a discarded inner tube. He dealt a second, firmer blow with the lead-filled sock, placed the plastic bag over the old man's head and secured the opening round his neck with one of the rubber ties. With the others, he fastened the arms to the body and the legs together. Turning to the desk, he grimaced with satisfaction. The computer was the same as his father's, and equally old, although the printer was different. He switched on and unpacked. A glance over his shoulder showed spasmodic twitching of his victim's head and a convulsive shuddering of the thorax, but little other movement. The plastic bag was already fogged and starting to cling to the face. The computer wasn't connected to either the internet or a fax, so there was no password to worry about. He brought up the letters file and was presented with more than 100 titles, organized alphabetically with the date appended, Aust. Professor Association 23.9.98, through to Yeller's Motors, and the previous day's date. Robert scanned random letters. All seemed to be personal and all were dated. A second date, not always the same, had been added at the bottom of each letter, presumably to indicate when the letter had been printed and posted. He checked a letter with the prefix Ed department and that day's date. It described in detail what the headmaster had seen in Bart's office that morning, demanded immediate expulsion for him, and termination of employment for Bart. Robert felt sick. There was no date at the end, so he took a chance that it hadn't been actioned and deleted the text, replacing it with a prepared letter from his CD. He printed this, dated the computer copy at the bottom to indicate it had been printed, then signed the printed letter with a practiced flourish. Taking care not to make any creases, he pressed the letter against the fingers of the still warm, but by now dead man on the floor behind him. He then placed it in the desk drawer on top of everything else as though intending to post it in the morning. There were letters to the editors of newspapers on aspects of morality, memoranda about Bible class activities, and dozens of letters to A. Osborne about the church. The last letter in that file was a copy of the letter to the education department. This also had no date at the bottom, so Robert deleted it. There were no letters labeled Lance, but that omission was soon rectified. Robert had the 7 dates he needed in front of him. It was a simple matter to choose existing letters, check they had actually been created on the date required, rename, delete the text, and replace it with another of the prepared letters from his CD. By the time he was finished he had 7 letters labeled Lance, followed by the date they had ostensibly first been written, printed, and sent. 1, dated 11 months earlier, commenced, "Dear boy," and congratulated Lance on his success with the Bible class. The next, dated during the second term of the present year, praised Lance's playground attempts to physically dissuade boys who demonstrated unnatural tendencies. The third, dated 4 days after Murray's death, included these sentences: "You have demonstrated remarkable leadership over this latest problem. I have offered up prayers for the lad's eternal soul, but remain concerned for your safety. Rest assured that the 2 sinners of whom we spoke will not be permitted to judge you. Their own judgment day is nigh." Robert would have preferred to date it 2 days earlier, but there had been no suitable letter to replace. The fourth letter, dated 2 days following Bart's near fall to oblivion, admitted to a certain sadness that a permanent solution to the problem had not been achieved, but commended the skill and planning involved. The fifth lamented the loss of a perfectly good cricket shed, but ended philosophically with the cliché about God moving in mysterious ways, and was dated the last day of the previous school term. The sixth, dated in the middle of the school holidays, suggested that attempts to achieve their mutual goal could not rely on mere chance. Such things as breaks failing were likely to create suspicion. There was a terse, badgering tone emerging, suggesting that Lance was failing in his duties. While composing the letters, Robert had conjured up a picture of the headmaster, recalling conversations, turns of phrase, the letter written to his parents, and harangues from the stage at assembly. Imagining he was the headmaster, he had then simply written without thinking, letting the words tumble forth. The note Robert had delivered to Lance earlier that afternoon was very simple, merely demanding that he visit the headmaster at 8:30 p.m. exactly, neither earlier nor later, to discuss what were described vaguely as new and possibly dangerous developments. It had ended with an injunction to destroy the letter immediately by burning, and to speak to no one about it. Luckily, the headmaster had composed a complaining letter to his bank the previous evening, so this was deleted and replaced with the original of the letter given to Lance. It was very different, however, from the one dropped on his doormat. A smile of satisfaction flickered as Robert gazed up at a faded print of Christ triumphant hanging above the desk. He adjusted a sentence, reread the letter, and checked it carefully. "Dear boy, something of the utmost importance has occurred. God spoke to me whilst I was conducting my morning devotions. I was kneeling before the image of Christ triumphant, when loud music welled within my head and I heard the voice of God praising the work both you and I are doing. There was more music, and wondrous lights poured over my study, bathing everything in the aura of perfection. The voice spoke again, urging me to tell the world of our great deeds and noble self-sacrifice. You must visit me tonight at 8 o'clock precisely. Be neither early nor late. We will discuss together how best to inform the world proudly and at once of our fight against the devil in our midst. I am filled with joy and anticipation. Yours in God's judgment." Having minutely rechecked this final letter for errors, Robert inserted the correct date at the top, and typed that day's date at the bottom to indicate it had been printed and delivered. After resorting the files into alphabetical order, saving everything to the hard drive and emptying the recycle bin, he searched around on the desk, in the drawers and the cupboard underneath before he discovered a box containing a CD neatly labeled "Backup, Letters." He inserted it, set it going, checked his list, and hoped he had thought of everything. It was now 15 minutes to 8, exactly 90 minutes since he had knocked at the headmaster's front door. Time was getting tight. The computer had to be shut down before 8 o'clock because someone was sure to check on when the files had last been modified. As soon as the backup was completed, Robert turned off the computer, unplugged the keyboard, carried it across to the dead man and pressed cool and rapidly stiffening fingers onto the keys before returning it to the desk and reconnecting. There was no time to think about what had been done, simply an overwhelming urgency to ensure that every possible eventuality had been anticipated. He repacked everything, double-checked that nothing remained to show he had been there, turned off the study lights, turned on the reading lamp and television in the lounge, left the front door ajar, then exited by the back door, making certain the lock caught as he closed it. He then vaulted the back fence, ran across the darkened school grounds to the corner of the street where there was a public telephone, and dialed 000. While waiting for his call to be put through to the police, he recalled Warren Pino's lazy, educated voice and slightly bewildered way of not seeing what was obvious to everyone else. By the time an efficient voice announced, "Police," he was ready. It was 8:25. "I think I want to report an assault." "Do you or don't you?" "I do." I think." "Give me the details." "Speak clearly, I am recording this conversation." "Goodness. Well, let me see. I must be precise, yes. Well, I was driving through Toong this evening at about 8 o'clock and managed to lose myself. I stopped to check my map and glanced at the house over the road. As I did so, a thin young chap parked his car, walked up to the door, knocked, and when an old man opened it, the fellow stepped inside and hit him on the head. I was dumbfounded. As I watched, he dragged the body out of the way and kicked the door shut. When I finally discovered where I was, it was quite stupid really. I was only one street away from where I usually drive, but you know how it is." "No, sir, I do not," an irritated voice interrupted. "Please stick to your story." Yes, sorry. Now, where was I?" "Oh yes, when I got home my wife insisted I ring and tell you. I hope I haven't waited too long." "Where exactly was this, sir?" "I don't know the name of the street, but it was an old, two-storied, mock Tudor-style house in the grounds of a school in a similar style." Robert's voice had gathered an involuntary but useful edge of hysteria. "Does that help?" "Yes. I know the place." "Your name, sir?" "Oh, goodness me. I don't want to get involved, I mean, there's my wife and children to concede." "Your name, sir?" "Oh, heavens. No. I couldn't. The papers, my job, no." Robert replaced the receiver, left the telephone box and concealed himself behind a stone wall in the shadows of an overhanging tree, just in time to see Lance stop his car in front of the house and saunter up the path. He left the scene quickly. No point in tempting the gods. He was no Icarus. A 3-minute run brought him to the station. Suddenly ravenous, he used the wait to grab a couple of sandwiches and a can of drink. He took the train to Central and changed into his school uniform in the toilets, dumping the rubber gloves, CD, and the train ticket in separate rubbish bins as he raced for the cinema, the same one he and Bart had gone to 4 days previously. It already seemed an eon ago. It was just on 9 o'clock. A paperback reading ticket seller absent-mindedly sold him a ticket. He entered the darkened, half-empty auditorium and waited for his breathing to return to normal. As soon as he was certain he didn't look as though he had been running a marathon, he went out and knocked on the door labeled manager. "Come in," called a pleasant voice belonging to an overweight young man. "Gosh. Are you the manager?" asked a wide-eyed Robert. "Assistant, a title to compensate for the low wages. Maybe someday. Cheap security guard is a more accurate description. What can I do for you?" Robert's plans had run out. All he knew was his presence at the movie had to be noticed and remembered. The assistant manager smiled affably, allowing his eyes to stray to his visitor's taut crotch, where they tarried. Suddenly Robert knew what to do. He smiled shyly, then hesitatingly said, "Actually, I have a bad headache, and I wondered if you had anything for it? I wouldn't have dared come in here normally, but before the show I saw you in the foyer, and you smiled at me and I thought you looked really nice, so that's why." His voice trailed off as his host's smile turned to puzzlement. "I don't he began, then stopped as another thought visibly entered his head. Robert's face fell. He blushed and stuttered, "Oh, I'm sorry. I feel so stupid. I thought you were looking at me," and, he bit his lip and stopped talking. The assistant manager's face cleared, he hit his head lightly with the heel of his hand and showered a dazzling smile over his tightly trousered guest. "Of course I remember. Sorry. My mind was miles away, I wasn't concentrating. Yes, yes. How could I forget? Here, sit down. I'm sure we've got aspirin somewhere. He searched in a cupboard, produced a first aid box, dispensed 2 tablets, filled a tumbler from the sink in the attached washroom and presented it to Robert, who downed pills and water gratefully. They chatted amiably for a few minutes, Robert mentioning how silly he felt in his school uniform. In return, he received fulsome compliments on its snug fit and, as he was leaving, a pat on the bum and an offer of a drink after the show, or any time he was passing. Returning to the auditorium, he forced himself to stay awake and recall the short films before the interval, as well as the feature. A train from Central, followed by a fast jog, got him home just on 11 o'clock. He entered his side door, secreted the pack under the bed, and went through to the lounge where his parents and Bart were waiting, anxious but doing their best not to show it. "Not waiting up for me, I hope? That's why I left the note telling you I was going to town to the flicks, so you wouldn't worry." "Bart. What are you doing here? I told Mum to ring and tell you." Bart didn't trust himself to speak. He had been physically sick earlier in the evening with the fear that Robert had done something irrevocable. He made do with a worried frown and a shake of the head. "We didn't get home in time to ring him." Monique was terse. "Bart was here waiting for us when we arrived back at 4 o'clock. We have been very upset." Sanjay came as close as he ever had to sounding really angry. "Bart told us you had a run-in with the headmaster and that you had skipped school. We thought you might have done something silly." "Hardly. As Bart said, we've done nothing wrong. I was suddenly sick of the whole stupidity and felt like being on my own for a bit. Sorry if I worried you. It was selfish of me." He sat down beside Bart, who still had not trusted himself to say anything, and snuggled up. "Forgive me." He looked so innocent and appealing, all Bart could do was laugh nervously, try not to cry, give him an affectionate squeeze, and say, "Of course, silly. I'm a worrier. I wandered around town, saw lots of miserable-looking people and realized my own lot wasn't so bad. Went to a boring movie, caught the train home, and here I am. What did the cops say about the video? I didn't take it in." "Why not?" "Not without you." "Sorry. I wasn't up to a cross-examination after Nickel Sear's ear bashing." "Tomorrow." Robert's tired, easy smile calmed their fears. "Sure. Tomorrow. Thanks for worrying about me." Monique and Sanjay went to bed. The lost sheep had returned. All was well. Because it was so late, Bart stayed the night. "What did you tell Mum and Dad about this morning?" Robert asked casually as soon as the light was out. "I didn't mention our argument, just said Nickel Sear caught us having a bit of a cuddle and lost his cool. I told them everything he said, though. That's why we were so anxious. No one should have that sort of shit thrown at them. I want you to promise me something." "What?" "Promise first." "I promise. No matter who asks, or how many times they ask you, never, ever tell them what Nickel Sear saw us doing in your office, and never, ever repeat what he said to us, the threats he made. That's easy." "I promise again." Silence. "Wild horses wouldn't drag it out of me, so stop worrying." Robert continued to worry and, despite his exhaustion, found sleep elusive. Lance had parked his car, stomped irritably up the path and pressed the bell. He was sick of the greasy old fart expecting him to come running every time he had another inspiration about bloody God and sin. It was all he ever talked about. But things were getting serious. His father had been ignoring him totally since he stuffed up at Vasilise. He'd been 100% certain that was going to work. He also didn't trust Nigel and Ernest, even though they'd promised to deliver. Fat lot of good that'd be anyway. Despite hours of thinking he had no plans for Saturday. His mind was a blank. He couldn't even get a good night's sleep anymore. Nightmares about getting raped by huge bastards in prison had him waking in cold sweats. Because that was where he was heading if he didn't get shot of Basil Lee and Brown Eye. He shook off his fears, wondering why he'd been summoned to the holy presence. Must be something serious. He brightened. Maybe Nickelseer would have an idea. There was no answer to his ring, so he hammered on the door. It swung open. The old fool's probably draining his brain, and left it open for me, he thought as he let himself into the hallway and slammed the door behind him. He went into the lounge, dumped his jacket over a chair and sat watching television for a minute before he realized the old man was either having a very long piss, or had gone out. He went to the foot of the stairs and called up before noticing there were no lights on. Perhaps the silly old fool had gone out for a stroll and that's why the door was open. He went out and looked up and down the street. No one. Leaving the door ajar in case Nickelseer came back, he poked his head into the ground floor rooms. Kitchen, dining room, toilet, laundry and, switching on the study light, he at first didn't notice the body on the floor, almost tripping over it. When he saw what it was, he gave a grunt of surprise followed by a vicious smile as he knelt down, lifted the edge of the plastic bag to check it really was the headmaster, and felt the wrist to see if there was a pulse. Well, he muttered to himself. Someone's done me a favor. I wonder who and why. The smile was wiped as quickly as it had appeared. Christ. I'd better fucking disappear. This looks like a setup. He raced out to the car and was a couple of blocks away before he thought of his jacket. A panic-stricken U-turn caused an oncoming car to throw out all the anchors and skid wildly before righting itself and driving on. Lance jammed on his brakes and sagged over the wheel, shaking uncontrollably. A fucking cop car. Why hadn't it stopped him? Because it was going to Nickelseer's, that's why, a voice whispered in his head. Whimpering with terror, Lance drove unsteadily home. If he'd known where his father was, he'd have called and begged him to come home. With a shudder of revulsion, he realized he had shat himself, so tossed his jeans in the washing machine, cleaned himself up and downed a couple of slugs of whiskey. Thus fortified, he was glad his father wasn't there. He'd only start asking questions and nagging him. Probably wouldn't even believe him. Anyway, his jacket didn't prove anything. He could have left it there the previous day. Yeah. That's what he'd say. The headmaster had invited him round yesterday to check he was okay after Brown Eye had beaten him up for no reason. Lance warmed to his plan. He'd say the headmaster was going to expel the prissy black queer today. Let him crawl out of that one. Arnold Osborne arrived home angry. He didn't realize he was angry because he'd been in that state for so long he'd forgotten what it was like to exist in any other. Lance's car was parked in the center of the drive, so he had to scrape his own on the bushes to get to the garage. The sooner that fuckwit kid got out of his life the better. He let himself in through the back door and, without turning on the laundry light, removed his clothes. He was a fastidious man who could not bear to wear anything more than once. Each night he would put everything washable in the washing machine, walk naked to his bathroom, shower, and don fresh pajamas. It had become his only pleasurable ritual. He lifted the lid and threw everything in before registering the smell. He turned on the light, lifted out his clothing, and discovered Lance's soiled jeans. They were inside out and some of the muck had stained his shirt. By Christ, but I hate that bastard, he hissed through his teeth, picking up the jeans, stomping along the hallway, throwing open Lance's door, switching on the light and slamming the stinking mess into his sleeping son's face. You fucking little snot-nosed bastard, he seethed, holding the jeans firmly against the gagging mouth. Lance was petrified. He had no idea what was happening. Imagined it was the police, a gang of queers seeking retribution, Murray's ghost. With a supreme effort he dragged the suffocating cloth off his face, grabbed a lungful of air and let loose with a scream of such terror that his father leapt back in alarm. Lance sat up, white with shock, eyes distended in fear. "Dad! What are you doing? Why?" His father was repelled. This shit-smeared runt couldn't be his. He had hated him since his wife returned from the hospital and transferred her affections to her newborn pup. He wanted to strangle the scrawny, screaming little creep. Instead, he turned on his heel and went to shower off his disgust. Chapter 27. Lance cowered in bed until his father left for work. Mind empty, unable to think, he dressed, downed a couple of tabs with a swig of whiskey, felt a little better, and went over his story for the 100th time. Panic welled. He couldn't face school, couldn't stay home. His father might come back during the day. He never wanted to see him again. As soon as the thought was out, he began to cry, blankly, standing in the middle of the cold kitchen, letting the wetness flow over his cheeks. He didn't know why he was crying, and eventually the tears stopped. He felt no different. A mounting fear that the cops had got his number and would come to ask about the jacket, drove him from his sanctuary. He couldn't face them alone. Robert hunched on the edge of his seat in the assembly hall. Breathing ragged, heart thumping, pounding in his head. He looked around. No. It couldn't be. Lance was leaning against the wall at the back of the gallery, staring at him. Robert quickly looked away. Something had gone wrong. Lance was supposed to be locked up? How could? Why hadn't? A cold sweat of fear added to his discomfort, and the tightness in his chest became a steel band. As the school stood and the teachers walked solemnly up the aisle onto the stage, he swayed slightly, squeezed his eyes shut, and with all his force willed it to have been a horrible dream. Eyes opened to the jarring truth. The headmaster wasn't there. Everything had happened. It hadn't been a nightmare. Poor Robert. He imagined he had outfaced his devil the night before, but his torment was only beginning. The deputy headmaster, not a man to mince words, stood solemnly at the lectern. "Last night the headmaster was murdered," he said evenly. Remained standing for a minute's silence. After an audible intake of breath, the school stood for a stunned minute, and then, for once, sat quietly. "There will be a memorial service for those who wish to attend later in the week. School will continue as usual, except for the presence of the police, who will need to ask questions of a great many people. I expect your full cooperation." Robert thought he was going to vomit. Helen nudged him. "Are you all right?" she whispered. "You've gone all white." "Yeah, fine. Just a vivid imagination. I hate violence." He took a large breath, smiled palely, and Helen was appeased. Lance's hate-filled stare bored unnoticed into the back of his enemy's head. Nigel and Ernest scuttled furtively from behind a large potted shrub as Robert crossed the quadrangle. They kept their heads down, matched their steps with his, and muttered, "He's done it. The crazy fucker's topped old Nickel-Sear. What makes you think it was him? He's always going on about what an arsehole the old bugger is and threatening to get him." Ernest nudged Nigel, who swallowed twice, looked around slyly, and in a nervous rush asked the question that had been plaguing them all morning. "Are you going to tell the cops about us?" "What for?" "If they suspect Lance, he'll be throwing as much shit as he can to divert attention from himself. Anything they hear about you will be from him, or yourselves if you're stupid enough to blab. Act dumb. It's the only thing you do well." "Thanks." Nigel's relief was evident. "How about you? You look a bit sick, mate." "It's being near you too." "Yeah, well, see ya." They scuttled away to class. Solid doubts were clunking into Robert's gut, and he paid an urgent visit to the toilet. It didn't help, but while there he wrote a note to Bart, which he delivered during the first period as though it was official. The police were a tangible presence in the school. Officers hunched over two small desks in the drama room, making copious notes and recordings, typing countless facts and opinions into laptops. Interviews had started at 8 that morning in every available space, and continued with no breaks till 5:30. No one dared complain in case it was seen as a sign of guilt. Everyone was asked variations on the same questions, and everyone gave a version of the truth. Several red herrings were dragged across the trails, and innocent people drew suspicion upon themselves. Fortunately, their interrogators were intelligent and well practiced in sorting wheat from chaff. "Where were you last night? Can you think of anyone who might have wanted to murder the headmaster, no matter how flimsy your suspicions might seem? Can you think of anything at all that might help the police with the investigation? Was your disagreement last week with the headmaster resolved?" Thus it continued, exhaustingly and seemingly interminably, as every student or teacher who had enjoyed more than casual contact with the headmaster was questioned. Uniformed police officers were mobilized to check out alibis and stories. Despite the deputy headmaster's injunction, schoolwork was disrupted and little of educational value was accomplished. The police investigation, on the other hand, despite its time-consuming and repetitious nature, was productive. Inspector Carelton was pleased. "Robert, we must show the cops the video. They need all the help they can get." Bart was exasperated. "I told you. If they know we were spying with that camera, they'll think we're juvenile crapheads. It's entrapment, probably illegal, and will only distract them. I think we should let it lie. But they have to know. Nigel and Ernest will spill their guts. And Murray. You've already been to the cops with our suspicions about that." Bart frowned. "So when the cops ask if we knew Lance was planning to get us, what do we say? We'd been told, but thought it was just Lance mouthing off. And when this blew up, it hardly seemed fair to distract the cops on the basis of what is probably a lie. It does make us appear super cool." "Exactly." The two police officers flashed their identification. "Sorry to trouble you, Mr. Osborne. We're making routine inquiries about an incident, and wondered if you might be able to help us. If you're quick. Where was your son last night?" "Lance? What's the stupid prick done now?" Too late, the words were out. He was getting as careless as his son, but he recovered quickly. "Don't tell me someone's taken to him again? It's only a couple of days since the Kareem kid decided to use him as a punching bag. I should have listened to the headmaster and laid charges. That should cover the blooper," he thought, wondering why, despite his resolution, he was defending the little turd. "We don't know that he's done anything. We simply wondered where he was last night." "At home. And you?" "None of your business. What time did you arrive home?" "Just before midnight." "And your son was home then?" "Yes." "Is there anyone who could vouch for his presence at home?" "No." "Did you buy him the blue Suzuki?" "He could hardly afford it himself." "You obviously want the best for your son." Arnold glared at the bland-faced young woman, unsure how to take that, so he grunted. His unwelcome guests left, leaving him none the wiser, so he telephoned the school and asked to speak to the headmaster. He put the telephone down quietly and sat thinking for a long time. By Friday lunchtime, Inspector Carelton and Constable Jurgens had narrowed their field of suspects considerably, and began interviewing some people for the second time. "Sit down, Mr. Vasily. Sorry to trouble you again. We've a few new things to talk about, but mainly it'll be going over the same ground as last time in the hope of shaking out new thoughts. Try to answer the questions as though you're hearing them for the first time." Bart nodded. The inspector looked as neat and fresh as he had at the beginning, his air of confidence suggesting he had already solved the case. He scanned a paper, looked quizzically across at Bart, flicked at it nonchalantly, and stated, "The headmaster wrote a letter about you recently to the Department of Education. Do you know why?" Bart's heart missed several beats. Surely they didn't know about the incident in his office. He blushed hotly and shook his head, not trusting his voice. Apart from the usual address and greeting, the page contained nothing but a short poem. He read it through. Confusion. Teacher profoundly physical. Mine heart knows no peace. Wild thoughts I beg. You're round me roaming end. Beloved of pupils, why I not cherished so? Dear God, my heart remains but yours. So must I purge my soul before my soon retreat from active fight. Mea culpa. Does this make sense to you? Bart hoped his grin looked like incredulity rather than relief. There's a bit of Hopkins there. The round me roaming end bit. His interrogator looked hopeful. Hopkins. Gerard Manley. Dead Irish priest. Wrote obscure poems. Perhaps the old man was trying to be a poet? Bart's relief was short-lived. Do you think he fancied you? Who? Nickel Sear? Hardly. But you are loved by your pupils. Was there a slight stress on loved? As I'm sure you've discovered, I'm the most feared teacher in school. What is your relationship with Robert Kareem? Sweat was running freely. Soon it would show through his shirt. I taught him to wrestle last term. We went to the competitions on the Gold Coast during the holidays together. He gave a rueful smile. I'm obviously not much of a teacher, he's decided to take up karate instead. You could say we're friends. I also know his parents, so we see a fair bit of each other. Inscrutable didn't even begin to describe his interrogator's face as he sorted through a sheaf of papers and drew one to the top, stabbing at it with his finger. When I showed you these copies of records from Central Files yesterday, you reiterated that, in your opinion, Lance Osborne was partially responsible for the death of a student last term. Do you stick with that? Yes. Murray Corso was tormented by him in the playground, and I suggested that the death might be suicide, not an accident. The boy was a screaming queen. Occasionally flamboyant. Subsequently, there was an alleged murder attempt on you at your unit. As I told you, I wrote an account of the incident, which I took to the police station for signing as they instructed. I've got it at home. In it, I suggested that the attack might perhaps be retribution for voicing my suspicions about Murray Corso. However, the officer convinced me it was more likely to be disturbed burglars. How are your car's brakes? It was the first time the other officer had spoken. Her soft voice startled Bart, who had been running out of easy, surprised looks. This time he was genuinely astonished. How did you know? I haven't reported anything. Why not? It was an accident. In good faith I lent it to my neighbor, who narrowly escaped injury when the brakes failed. It ran backwards into a power pole. No one was hurt. No damage was done to anything except my car. It was a write-off and not insured, so why bother you people? Where is the car now? Spare parts in someone else's old bomb, I guess. He gave the name of the wrecker and uttered a silent prayer. How do you get to work now? I've started a part-time delivery job, so I use the van. The inspector took over again. Who are your employers? Skeldrake and Kareem. Cozy. Bart pretended not to hear. What do you know about the shed being burnt at the end of last term? Bart repeated again what they had decided on. Did you hate the headmaster? No. Have you had any disagreements with him recently? No. Bart was sure he had hesitated, but the inspector continued without pause. Has his death upset you? The manner of it? Yes. His death? No. Why not? He was an unpleasant man, lost in the past. What were you intending to do about Lance's recent death threat? The other officer again took up the questioning. Bart stuttered, blushed, and appeared to be searching for a response. You did know about it, I believe. Yes. Yes, of course. Robert told me what the two kids said. Well, we thought it was a bit far-fetched. It was either a lie, or Lance trying to set us up as burglars or something. He looked across at the inspector. We were going to report it, but when all this blew up we decided not to. Why on earth not? Bart shrugged. Like I said, it was probably a load of nonsense. We thought you people had more than enough to do. Magnanimous. She waited expectantly, but Bart could think of nothing to say. The inspector broke the silence. We have checked with the Kareems, and they confirm you were with them on the night of the murder. Bart nodded dumbly. But their son wasn't. His spirits sank. That will be all for the present, Mr. Vasily. Bart walked to the van and, trying to look as though he was searching for something, rang Monique on the company mobile. Monique? Bart here. Have the cops seen you and Sanjay? Only that one check on my whereabouts the other night? Good. When they do, make absolutely certain that you do not mention the argument Robert and I had with Nikhil Seer on the morning of the day he died. Nothing at all. Not a word. It didn't happen. Can you talk yourself into thinking that? She was certain she could. Ring Sanjay immediately and pass it on. Don't stop ringing until you've got him. I'll explain tonight. Bye. Nervously, he dialed Ron's wreckers. Hi, Ron. Bart Vasily. Have the cops been onto you about the brakes on my Toyota? Shit, that was quick. What did you tell them? You're a beaut. Oh, you won. No way. Yep. You too. Cheers. He heaved a sigh of relief. Why, he couldn't have told himself, but pressure was building. It had something to do with Nikhil Seer's ridiculous poem. He gave up trying to think and returned to class. During his first interview, Lance had surprised himself with his sang-froid. The cops had simply asked him lots of questions and believed everything he'd said. They had hardly seemed interested in him, so he approached his second interrogation with careless bravado. Carlton and Jurgens had gone over everything several times. Jurgens still thought it had been silly not to have mentioned any of the crimes suggested in Nikhil Seer's letters at the first interview. He would have immediately accused the young lout of the murder of Corso, 3 counts of attempted murder, and 1 of planning a felonious act. However, his superior officer had insisted those charges would wait. He wanted the young man to feel relaxed and secure. Lance swaggered in and sat down without waiting to be asked. Sorry to trouble you again, Lance, Carlton smiled, but we'd like to go over it all again. You never know, you might think of something new. Sure thing, boss. Lance relaxed back into his seat. A twinge of pity pulled at Jurgens' chest as the inspector smiled and continued. The day before the murder, Mr. Nikhil Seer invited you to his place to cheer you up after you had been knocked around by Robert Kareem. Lance nodded. That's when you left your jacket? Yep. On the afternoon of the murder you received a note asking you to go to his house at 8:30 p.m. Yet the copy in the computer asks you to be there at 8 o'clock. Like I told you, it's got to be a setup. Any more ideas about who? Lance had given this a great deal of thought. There were quite a few bastards who'd like to see him in trouble. He scratched his head. Ernie and Nigel hated his guts, the girls were sick of him. The rest of his class had been pretty bloody unfriendly lately. Brown Eye sure hated him. He looked at the policeman warily. Plenty of people. Jealous because my dad's rich. Name the most likely. That black faggot, Brown Eye Kareem, and his mate, Vasily. Did the headmaster always tell you to burn his letters? What are you getting at? He's never written to me before. He just talks to me at school. You don't seem upset about Mr. Nikhil Seer's murder. What's to be upset about? He was a stupid old fart. Got up everyone's noses. I thought he was your mentor. What? He took an interest in you, ran your Bible studies. I hated that. Dad made me go. Who would want to kill him? Lots of people. Ask Kareem. Like I told you, Nickelseer was going to expel him for bashing me up. Not according to the deputy headmaster. Lance blinked. This was the first time his story had been questioned, and he didn't like the tone. On the night of the murder, you said you went to the house, and when no one answered the door you drove away. Lance nodded. Surely you thought it odd that the door was open. I thought the old man had forgotten about me and had gone for a walk. You didn't go inside. No way. Why were you in such a hurry? You nearly ran a police car off the road. I wanted to get home to watch TV. Read these. Constable Jurgens handed Lance copies of the letters to him, from the headmaster. Lance's jaw dropped, his face lost what little color it had, and his hands were trembling well before he had read them all. He was unable to speak, simply sat there, mouth gaping. Let's take them in order. The first one suggests you arranged for the murder of Murray Corso. I didn't. Nigel and Ernest say you did. It was those two cretins. They did it. I tried to stop them, but they're crazy, always talking about raping and murder, and Lance eventually wound down and sagged back onto his seat. The inspector remained ominously calm. The second letter suggests it was you who attacked Mr. Vasoli at his home. I don't even know where the fucker lives, Lance snarled. Why did you lock Kareem in the shed and set light to it? Silence. When you tampered with Mr. Vasoli's brakes, you nearly caused the death of an elderly woman to whom he had lent the car. Silence. Then, I want a lawyer, the reflex response of an American TV addict. And you shall have one. But first, why did you murder Mr. Nickelseer? I didn't. I didn't. Lance was yelling hysterically. I fucking told you I didn't. But if I had, I wouldn't have just stuck a plastic bag over his head, I'd have. The silence was shocking. Jurgens went to the door and beckoned in a constable. Thank you, Lance, said the inspector sadly. Even if you are telling the truth about the headmaster, you have many more questions to answer. I'd like you to accompany Constable Saster to the police station. Lance slumped in his chair, too stunned to cry, too numb to speak, too miserable to think. He had never felt so alone. Robert was enduring another grilling and Constable Jurgens was snappy. Why had he stopped Lance from attacking Corso? Was it because the kid was a homosexual? How had his parents reacted to the letter condemning him for calling the doctor? What had happened at Bart's on the night of the attack? Who did he think the attackers were? Why didn't he admit he had been smoking pot in the cricket shed and set fire to himself? How well did he know Ralph Borum? What was his relationship with Bart Vasoli? What was his relationship with the headmaster? Had he had any disagreements with him lately? To these and many, many other questions, probing looks, pregnant silences and sudden demands from both inspector and constable, Robert answered thoughtfully, succinctly, and calmly. On his way to the interview he had blanked out the mess and created a picture in his mind of himself as he thought he had been before everything went wrong, and acted that part. It was convincing. He appeared concerned, polite and honest. He made no bones about his admiration for Mr. Vasoli, his liking for Mr. Rance and Ralph Borum, his dislike of Lance, and his distaste for the dead headmaster. What do you know about? The constable consulted his notes, Ernest Borg and Nigel Bradwin. They're Lance's bully boys at school. They helped bash up Murray. According to them, they talked to you last week. Yes, they told me Lance was planning to kill me. Just you. And Bart Vasoli. Why didn't you tell anyone? I did. Bart and my parents. And we intended to go to the police. But then this happened and I talked them out of it? Why? Robert gave a rueful smile and shrug. We've already made 2 accusations against Lance. I didn't want the police to think we made a habit of it. It was probably a lie from a couple of thugs who'd had a run-in with their leader. Robert gave a cynical smile on the last word. I was under the impression you didn't like Lance. I don't. Tell us again exactly what you did and where you were on the night of the murder. No one could have misinterpreted Robert's look. It was that of every usually well-behaved school kid, caught out the only time he has ever played truant. Like I told you yesterday, I was suddenly sick of school and took off at interval. Stupid, I know. I went home for a bit, decided to go back to school, then changed my mind and went and sat up on the hill by the monument till school got out. Then I caught the train into town, mooched around there, got a bite to eat, took in a movie, came home and went to bed. It came out as though he was recalling it to mind as he talked. As though he had been unprepared for the question to be asked again, and was oblivious to the significance of his having been out on the night of the murder. Do you know what I think? Robert shook his head. I think you had a grudge against both Lance and the headmaster. I think you murdered Mr. Nickelseer and set Lance up as the patsy. Inspector Carelton sat back, folding his arms in satisfaction. Ice formed in Robert's lungs and belly. He didn't dare move a muscle. His face froze. Surely they didn't know? Had someone seen him? Were they bluffing? What should he do? He was on the point of shouting yes. I killed the horrible old man before he could ruin Bart's life. But as he opened his mouth he remembered Michael's advice, never give anyone ammunition. He shut it again. His face felt like stiff clay. Slowly he looked from the constable to the inspector. Goose flesh ran up his back and over his scalp when he realized how close he'd come to disaster. It was a trick. They were bluffing. A vertical frown creased his brow as he said nervously, I didn't get back from town till after 10:30. Was Mr. Nickelseer murdered after that? That's none of your business. Sorry. I only asked because, if he was, then you're right, I could have killed him. What do you mean? I could have jogged past his place on my way home after the movie, I suppose. Robert had no difficulty appearing worried. So, you're sticking to your tale about a movie in the city. It's true. So far, we've only had your word for that. Can you prove it? I don't know. You should have asked me yesterday. I usually stuff tickets and things in my pockets and forget about them. Makes Mum mad when the bits end up all over the washing machine. I can look tonight if you like. What were you wearing? School uniform. I'd intended to go back to school, you see. Hang on, I'm wearing it. This is the only one I've got. Mum has to get it washed and dried overnight if I get it dirty. The trousers haven't been washed since, but the shirt has. Maybe there's something still there. He rummaged through his pockets. Several coins, a handkerchief, a small screw and a tightly rolled up and partially shredded train ticket, were exhumed from the back pocket of his trousers. A ballpoint pen, a washed but still recognizable movie ticket, and a note about homework, the paper felted and most of the ink illegible, were fished out of his shirt pocket. That's about it, he shrugged with a nervous smile, pulling his trouser side pockets inside out, apparently not noticing a screwed-up paper that fell to the floor as he shook the tips of the linings. The constable swooped on it. It was another train ticket. He smoothed everything out, slipped the evidence into an envelope, labeled it, and warned Robert that they would need to talk to him again. Robert nodded thoughtfully, left the interview room, ran to the toilets, dry vomited, rinsed his face, and sat despondently in a stall until his heart and breathing slowed and cold fingers stopped grabbing at his entrails. When blood returned to his face, he forced himself to relax. It would be pointless to have given a good interview if he was subsequently seen looking like death warmed up. Suddenly he couldn't face schoolwork, so walked to the grandstand where he slumped on a bench overlooking the playing fields. A shadow blocked the sun. He looked up lethargically. Ralph stared into his eyes, took hold of his arm and muttered urgently, "Get a grip on yourself. Come with me." He led Robert to his tiny office and shoved him roughly inside, closing the door firmly. Robert shook his head dazedly. What's the matter, Ralph? Are you mad at me? Sorry. Whatever it is, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. Shut up and drink this. Ralph handed him a cup of hot sweet tea from his thermos. What did you have for lunch? Didn't feel like eating. Eat. He thrust a couple of cheese sandwiches at him, then sat on the other stool and glowered while Robert chewed and chewed but couldn't swallow. Bloody drink and swallow. You've chased that around long enough. Robert finished the food, and felt a little better. Thanks, guess I was getting hungry. I never realized. Where've you been? Third degree with the cops. Did they see you like this? Don't think so. I fooled them. Ralph looked startled, was about to say something but bit his lip. Well, you'll soon unfool them if you go round looking like that. What's the matter with you? You look as guilty as sin. Do you want them to think you're the flaming murderer? Pull yourself together. He slapped Robert hard on the shoulders. Robert looked up in surprise, suddenly wary. What are you on about? Look at yourself. He handed Robert a mirror. Shit. His face was white and drawn, the top lip twitched and dark rings were appearing round the eyes. He stared at himself, wondering for the umpteenth time whether he'd got it wrong. I've no idea what's the matter, but you need help. I don't want to know. Ralph snapped. I just want you to survive. Cops are human, they need a culprit. He placed both hands on Robert's shoulders. Promise me you'll look after yourself and not let this get you down. Robert nodded. Keep your pecker up. Right? If you need me, I'm here. Got that? Robert nodded again, close to tears. I'll be off then. Stay and finish the tea. I'll tell Bart to pick you up from here when he's ready to go home. Shoulder your problems like a man. When it's too late to go back, go forward. Left alone, Robert's thoughts tumbled. Was what he had done really self-defense? Did Lance deserve to have the rap pinned on him? It had all seemed straightforward when he was working out his plan, but he hadn't understood then that he would have to live with the results. The uncertainty. The fear of involving his family and Bart. The shame they would suffer if. That was what Mr. Osborne would be feeling now. Once more Robert ran his mind over all his reasons, reminded himself of what might have happened if he hadn't stepped in, and once more managed to quell the demon plague of doubts. But each time it got harder. Much harder. He didn't want to think about tomorrow. Chapter 28. I don't trust it. Nothing should be this easy. An irritated Inspector Carlton paced the small room he had commandeered above the main entrance. It was 5:30, they had a believable suspect, and he could close this part of the investigation. Instead of savoring victory, however, he felt cheated. After sifting through mountains of interview summaries, forensic reports, facts, opinions, and gossip, his instincts screamed, no. Right, Jurgens, give it to me. He closed his eyes, sighed and leaned back wearily in a chair. No padding, cut to the chase. Lance had continued to deny everything. He had wept, screamed, howled abuse, and almost knocked himself senseless against the wall of his cell. It hadn't been enough. Even his father apparently didn't believe him, because he refused to visit. This did little to help his son's cause. The detective constable cleared his throat. We have eliminated everyone except for Lance Osborne and Robert Kareem. All the others have satisfactory alibis, or no reasonable motive, or both. Osborne has admitted being at the scene of the crime, and driving away in panic before the police arrived. His smudged prints were found on the plastic bag, door handles, light switches and such like, as well as Nickel Sear's left wrist. Letters saved in the computer suggest he was silencing the headmaster to stop him revealing his involvement in the murder of Murray Corso, the attack on Vasilli, the burning of the shed with Kareem locked inside, and the sabotaging of Vasil's brakes. We are almost certain the first one is correct, because of the testimony of Nigel Borg and Ernest Bradwin, and charges will be laid. Despite his denials, it appears he was also involved in the other 3 incidents. Constable Jurgens continued. There is no evidence to suggest that anyone other than Osborne and Nickel had been in the headmaster's house that evening. The 3 girls, Sorens, Corso, and Gross, accuse him of drug dealing and pimping. According to Borg and Bradwin, he has unusual sexual appetites. He has been left to run wild since his mother died. The housekeeper, who left recently, also has a low opinion of young Lance. Apart from providing excellent legal counsel, his father appears to have washed his hands of the boy. Constable Jurgens looked at his superior's closed eyes and hoped he hadn't fallen asleep. That's all about Osborne, sir. Are you ready for Robert Karim? The inspector grunted. On the day of the murder he wagged school and went to a movie in the city. Any motive he might have for the murder can only be deduced from circumstantial hearsay or creative imagination. Carlton looked up. Stick to the facts, Constable. Yes, sir. Karim suspected that Osborne had something to do with Corso's death, the attack on Vasily, and the fire in the shed. Lance was in the habit of calling him unpleasant names, but he did that to everyone. Osborne claims Karim attacked him last Monday. Both deputy headmaster and guidance counselor dispute this. Karim's parents received an extraordinary letter from Nickel abusing the boy for overstepping the mark, but no one would believe that was sufficient motive for murder. Perhaps he killed the old man in order to set up Osborne for revenge. Such a scenario would set a jury sniggering, especially if he presents himself in the dock as well as he did at our interviews. He didn't set a foot wrong, even when you tried to trap him. That in itself is suspicious, grunted the inspector. Jurgens continued. If it could be proved that Karim knew for certain it was Osborne who murdered Corso, attacked Vasily, set fire to the shed, and was going to try to murder them again, then there is, perhaps, a motive. A motive to murder him, not the headmaster. However, they have already been to the police with their previous suspicions. That suggests they would do so again and, in my opinion, rules out Lone Ranger retribution. Carlton grunted. Keep your opinions to yourself. Yes, sir. Karim's alibi for the night checks out, but is suspicious because it was unusual behavior and coincided with the murder. However, it would be impossible to prove he didn't do what he said he did. The train and cinema tickets are authentic. A ticket collector at Roma Street recalls seeing him. The assistant manager at the picture theater reckons he remembers him from before the film started, that's before 8 o'clock. He described him, school uniform and all. Karim has definitely seen the entire film. Added to that, his teachers, the deputy headmaster, guidance counselor, Uncle Tom Rowley and all, think the sun shines out of his backside. A snort from the inspector. They also consider him incapable of a vindictive action. Rands thinks he's headed for great things, Vasily dotes on him, the groundsman likens him to heroes of old. Gerald Manley Hopkins is not studied in literature at any level. The only other possible motive for Robert Karim would be something between him and Nickel we don't know about. The inspector opened his eyes. Exactly. According to Arnold Osborne, Nickel was profoundly upset by the relationship between Vasily and Karim. He wanted it to stop. Maybe he threatened them. Arnold Osborne had not, however, mentioned either his offer to the headmaster to fix the problem or the commissioning of his son to attend to it. He might have given up on his son, but he wasn't going to load the enemy's guns. Sounds like a smear campaign to me. No one else thinks there's anything in it. No one else thinks they're gay, come to that. Have you asked? No. But someone would have mentioned it. According to his classmates, he's got a girlfriend. Marcia something. Bright kid. The inspector nodded sagely. He had no idea where to go from there, but wasn't admitting it. Jurgens continued. Now to Bart Vasily. He's not a suspect, but is interesting because of this rumored association with Karim. His alibi was confirmed by Karim's parents, who, by the way, have been au fait with all goings-on. It was the father who contacted the police regarding Lance's possible connection with the burning shed. Vasily's motives, if any, would be as unprovable as his friends. He is held in almost as high regard as Karim, although some think he's too tough on the kids. The headmaster's attitude to him would appear to be ambivalent, if you can believe that letter, which had only his fingerprints on it and was definitely signed by him. He looked up expectantly. That's it, sir. Carlton got up and looked out the window. There's one thing you haven't mentioned. The tip-off phone call. What is the chance, Jurgens, of someone getting lost and stopping their car in front of that house at the precise moment the headmaster is knocked on the head? A zillion to one. That's what it is, a zillion to one. Coincidences do happen, sir. Just as Robert Karim coincidentally goes walkabout. I do not like it. The inspector shook his head in irritation. He desired nothing more than to end the case quickly, but couldn't stop himself wondering if that too clever by half Karim kid didn't have at least as much to do with it as Lance Osborne. A movement below caught his attention. He leaned against the glass and saw Bart and Robert cross the car park, get into a green van and drive off. A slow smile dawned. They had walked with their shoulders touching and, before separating, had brushed fingers. From his vantage point he could look down into the cab and, as the vehicle swung round, caught a glimpse of a hand on the driver's knee. They were on together. He knew they weren't underage, and didn't care how they got their thrills, but he was too old to change prejudices. When it came to queers versus straights, straights won every time in his book, even if they were more than a little bent. However, he knew better than to sound off in front of Jurgens, who'd been brainwashed by the Gay Liaison Brigade. A thought struck him and he turned abruptly. What if Osborne was right? What if Nickel Sear discovered his PE teacher was having it off with Karim and threatened hellfire and damnation? Jurgens looked surprised. You're serious? Deadly. Jurgens was now looking thoughtful. You're stretching things, sir. Remember that letter? The old chap sounded more than half in love with Vasily himself. And anyway, they're not underage. Why would they care? It's hardly a big deal today. Where do you think you're living? This is the Bible-banging state. Don't you read the papers? Attitudes are changing. Like hell they are. The inspector was warming to his theory. Decriminalization has terrified the anti-homo brigade. Teachers with pupils? Could get very nasty. Don't you remember that federal politician? And she was straight. The papers would have a ball. Television would love it. Families fall apart and people suicide from that sort of stress. The thought did not appear to concern him. Jurgens shook his head. If that was the case, surely they'd be in it together? I can't imagine Vasily letting his mate go it alone. Carlton grunted. How about the computer files? Those concerning Lance Osborne had been mucked around with that evening. Surely that's suspicious. It's annoying, but doesn't point to anyone. Anyway, we reckon we've solved that. The bloke was a letter-writing nutter, fussy and fastidious. He would have prepared himself for the meeting with Lance by going through all the old letters again, and it only takes the knocking of one key for the computer to consider the file to have been modified. It'd be surprising if he hadn't changed the letters a bit. He was so far gone he probably imagined they would form the basis of his memoirs. Jurgens looked across to his superior officer for confirmation, but was faced with a glassy stare of incomprehension. You're saying it's not suspicious enough? We can't use it to nail too good to be true Karim. No, sir. As I said, it's curious, but doesn't necessarily point to anyone else. Forensic agrees, especially as only the victim's prints were found on the keyboard. The inspector sank into a lethargy. Sure, Jurgens. No one uses rubber gloves. Okay, you're the expert. What else? That's it, sir. Do we lay formal charges? All in good time. I think we'll visit the Kareems first. Let's drop by tonight. Shall I ring and arrange it? No. It'll be a spur-of-the-moment visit. We don't want to worry them. He smiled thinly and heaved himself to his feet. Go home to your long-suffering wife, and pick me up at 7:30. Bart drove carefully, sick with concern. Robert was rigid in the seat beside him, eyes staring ahead, right hand clawing spasmodically at Bart's thigh. Certain of the truth, Bart was uncertain about his feelings and what he should do. Murder most foul. But was it? Was it a crime? Surely not. It could never be a crime to kill in self-defense. Some judges think it a reasonable defense if a murderer claims he was upset at being propositioned by another man, even when the killer had a history of gay bashing and he'd told friends he was going to go and kill a faggot. At least 30 such murders had been committed in the last decade of the 20th century in Australia, not to mention the thousands of cases of maiming, assault, mental abuse and, of course, suicide. In the absence of anti-vilification laws, hate merchants were growing ever bolder and trumpeting their poison throughout the land. What was it John had said? Death is not important, it's how you live your life that matters. Nickel Sear and Lance had made their lives intolerable, and would have destroyed, maybe not their physical bodies, but that more important realm, the mind. Life would have ceased to be worth the effort. He drove past the botanical gardens to the nearest off-road parking area, and led his friend up a track through the trees until they were out of sight of prying eyes. Robert was twitchy and distracted. Ever studied any poems by Hopkins? What? Oh, only peace. The teacher at the last school thought he was the greatest thing in verse. You made a good job of the signature. There was no reaction. Robert found he couldn't speak. His normally serene face had become pinched, a nervous tic twitched at his left cheek, dark skin around his eyes attested to insufficient sleep, and lassitude infected his being. Bart stopped walking, took hold of Robert by the shoulders, turned him so they faced each other and said softly, Robert, I know you did it, and I understand why. You've been keeping it to yourself to protect me, haven't you? Robert nodded. That was wise and very brave. I'd never have been able to face the last few days if I'd known. Now, sit down and tell me everything. And I mean everything. 10 minutes later a sobbing, exhausted Robert, his heart several tons lighter, rested his shuddering back against Bart's chest. I shouldn't have done it. I don't know how I did. It's too late for regrets, and anyway, I'm glad you did. Robert looked up in disbelief. Bart's look was serious, his voice aggressive. It was self-defense. We were both going off our rockers, remember? You were defending us. If you hadn't done this, our names would have been splashed over the tabloids and television news, I'd be looking for a new job, you'd be a neurotic mess, and our relationship would not have survived. As for incriminating Lance, he murdered Murray, tried to kill us, and was planning a third attempt. He bashed up gays, pimped, blackmailed old men, dealt in drugs and was probably going to do Nickel Sear in before long himself. We went to the police with our suspicions, they were polite and helpful, but we didn't have enough proof to be taken seriously. Robert began to shake again. But I murdered him. His whisper was full of the horror of self-discovery and the shocking realization that he, Robert Kareem, was capable of such an act. What other dread surprises lay in store? I'm a murderer. Bart pulled his head back and stroked his hair. Murder is an emotive word for killing, not applicable in this case. Vilification from pulpits and teachers' desks is a primary cause of suicide. That's murder, by remote control. He stopped speaking and let the rustling of leaves, the distant cackle of kookaburras and the peace of the forest work their spell. Robert bit his lip and looked up nervously. Desperate to believe. I was sure you'd hate me, be frightened of what I hate you. Not possible. It makes me as bad as Lance. That's utter crap. Lance is a vigilante. He makes bigoted, unprovoked attacks on people who pose no threat. You are a man defending his right to live a full and free life. But remember Sanjay telling us how Nikhil quoted onward Christian soldiers, marching as to war? The headmaster was at war, and we were the enemy. At this very minute, dozens, if not hundreds of young men are being killed, maimed, imprisoned, and tortured in some war or other, somewhere on the planet. That is the nature of humans. Killing is only a crime if it is done for personal gain in peacetime, against a fellow citizen who has the same rights and privileges of citizenship as you. We live in a country that does not extend to us the same rights and privileges as heterosexuals, but demands the same responsibilities. All gays are in a constant state of skirmishing, fending off mental and physical attacks, in a state of readiness to conceal, hide, or defend their right to exist. It is totally unfair, unjustified and unethical, but the state permits this. Those who deny us the right to live freely, abrogate their own rights and must be prepared to accept the consequences. We are at war, against mindless bigotry, and you did the only thing possible. I couldn't live with myself if I hadn't put up a fight. I know, and now you think you can't live with the result. But you can, and will live happily ever after. Robert's attempt at a smile was painful. But we don't tell Mum and Dad. Of course not. The police suspect me. The old one nearly caught me out. He guessed nearly exactly right. The panic was back. They have no proof. None at all. You've been too clever for them. The only thing that will betray you is self-doubt. If the cops seen you half an hour ago they'd have strung you up, no questions asked. And now? They'll lock up Lance, the true culprit. I did it for us. I know. I wasn't strong enough on my own, though. I would be frightened of you if you were. The atmosphere during the meal had been more relaxed than at any time during the previous 2 days. Bart had just finished explaining why it would be foolish to mention Nikhil's threats on the morning of his death. But, surely you don't think the police would suspect Robert? From what I can gather, they are 99% certain it was Lance, but it is suspiciously obvious. They have to check out anyone who might have the slightest motive, so we had better not give them one. Monique nodded her head doubtfully. Sanjay grunted his assent. Robert was out at the time of the murder, Bart continued, and Lance has been bending their ears for 2 days with the best lawyers money can buy. I've a feeling Inspector Carlton suspects we're gay, and it would be convenient if he could accuse us. Pupil lover of gay teacher brutally murders his Christian headmaster. Can't you see the headlines? He'd get instant promotion. Much better than prosecuting the heterosexual son of a local businessman who employs lots of people. Surely not. Monique was horrified, and had gone quite pale. Sanjay just nodded sad agreement, placing his hand over his wife's. My alibi with you is automatically suspect because I'm a friend of the family and an employee. Roberts is suspicious and not foolproof. There's no point in creating further suspicion. Agree Sanjay? Absolutely. And so does Monique. She nodded her head. A knock at the door disturbed their thoughts. Sanjay answered. The 2 policemen followed Sanjay into the lounge. Monique, this is Inspector Carlton and this is Detective Constable Jurgens. Monique nodded coolly, then sat on the couch between Robert and Bart. Carlton sat in the easy chair beside the fire. Sanjay brought up another chair for the constable before taking his seat opposite the inspector. I hope you are getting overtime. Sanjay smiled. Ignoring the attempted pleasantry, Carlton spoke brusquely. Some new information has come to light. He peered at Bart. "It is convenient that you're here, Mr. Vasily. I can now kill two birds with the one visit, so to speak." He smiled thinly, cleared his throat and turned back to Sanjay. "We have almost concluded our investigation into the murder of your sons, Headmaster, but a few points need clarifying." He gave a humorless smile and opened his briefcase. "Nice place you have here." "Thank you. This won't take long." "How upset were you at the headmaster's letter criticizing Robert?" "We thought it was pathetic." Monique did not bother to hide her contempt. "My husband went to school the next day to clear everything up." "And was it all cleared up?" He addressed this question to Robert. "Yes. It was an unpleasant letter." "You must have a very forgiving nature." "Not particularly." "But you had an argument with the headmaster on the morning of his death, I believe." Robert's look of surprise was real. "No," he said as though shocked at the idea. The inspector raised his eyebrows, pursed his lips and turned to Sanjay. "What is the work Mr. Vasily does for you?" He was told. They were each asked to reconfirm their whereabouts on the night of the murder. "And why were you here, Mr. Vasily?" "For dinner." "Without Robert?" "I'm a friend of the family." "Of course. Did you know Mr. Vasily was coming that evening, Robert?" "Yes." "Then why the impromptu truancy?" "I felt like being on my own." "Had you had an argument?" "With whom?" "Mr. Vasily." "No." "Why? How long have you two been having an affair?" Robert gazed at the inspector blankly. "An expressive word, affair," broke in Sanjay. "It conjures up libidinous and secret arrangements." "What did you mean by it, Inspector?" The inspector hesitated. "Robert and I are not having an affair," Bart stated bluntly. "Okay. If you want to split hairs, how long have you two been on together?" "I've no idea what you mean." Monique laughed. "You use bizarre words for friendship, Inspector." The inspector blushed. This was not going as intended. His shock questions hadn't shocked. The parents obviously had no idea their son was screwing his teacher. He was uncomfortable with these self-satisfied, well-heeled couples so secure in themselves and their place in the world. Even if the parents did know, he wasn't sure they'd care. Bloody intellectuals. His audience sat looking at him, faces politely expressionless. Constable Jurgens buried his head in his notes to stop himself from grinning. This was the family he dreamed of having. A charming, cozy house, inhabited by intelligent, attractive people contented to be themselves, and comfortable with each other. There and then, he decided Osborne was the culprit. The inspector was irritated. These people were supposed to be nervous, not blatantly at ease. Carlton felt that he, and by extension the law, was being treated with disrespect. He wanted to pin something on these up themselves, educated shits. The beautiful people. God, how he hated them. But what could you expect? A wog, a frog, and their poofy mongrel. He was pleased with his joke. Christ, he'd like to nail that pair of faggots. The inspector understood that the aim of our judicial system is not to punish the bad and reward the good, it is concerned solely with interpreting laws, many of which are ineptly written, fostering injustice. As for finding the truth, there's little point wasting time on that in an adversarial system where lawyers only need to seek weaknesses in the law. All the intuition in the world is of no avail without proof. Understanding, however, does not make for happy policemen. Two recent cases had left him angry. A fraudulent investment manager whose bankrupted client had suicided, received a fine he could well afford, and a housebreaker had successfully sued the poor old bloke who had only been protecting his own property with a shotgun. Discarding his usual prudence, Detective Inspector Carlton stood. "Robert Kareem," he said solemnly, "I accuse you of the murder of Ian Nickelseer." Silence. "And planting evidence to incriminate Lance Osborne." Still no reaction. Aggression replaced conviction. And I will not relax until you are brought to justice. He was starting to sweat, knew he was sounding melodramatic, and wished he hadn't stood up. Sanjay's quiet voice broke the silence. You are tired, Detective Inspector. I suggest you go home, get a good night's sleep, and in the morning, if you are certain your accusation is correct, do something about it. Carlton lowered his eyes and his mouth drooped. Sanjay went for the throat. You are obviously an intelligent and hard-working officer, and have achieved a position of great responsibility. It would be a pity to risk humiliation by pursuing a gut feeling when you're tired. The inspector looked around the room warily. No one seemed perturbed, no one looked ready to confess. If we haven't heard from you by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, we will forget this. Conversation took place. Sanjay sat back and gazed at his three loved ones. Inspector Carlton stuffed his papers into a briefcase, grunted something incomprehensible and stomped out. Jurgens turned to Sanjay and Monique, shook their hands, and followed. Monique shook herself, brushed at her dress as though to dislodge an offensive object, then sat on the arm of Sanjay's chair and blew softly onto his bald spot. What an unpleasant man, she whispered. It's an unpleasant job. He looked across at the two young men who had moved together as though for support, eyes fixed on the floor. Cheer up. He smiled softly. Go for a long hard run. Sweat the last few days out of your systems. Robert turned at the door. The concern on his parents' faces sent a surge of guilt deep into his guts. Thanks, he said seriously, biting his lip to stop the quiver. Thanks for everything.